that matter is moot complied.
Moot complied, thank you.
Number 27, HA 2022-000-538. The appellant is Evelyn Abdullah at 409 North 50th Street. That matter is moot.
Moot, thank you.
Number 30, HA 2022-000-902. Appellant Zakir Bey at 863 North 48th Street. That matter is moot complied.
Moot complied, thank you very much.
Number 31, HA 2022-000-913. The appellant is Ashley Pitts, Stonebrick Capital Investments at 1813 Judson Street. That matter is moot complied.
Moot complied, thank you.
Number 33, HA 2022-001-339. The appellant is Laura Mugen at 6201 Harley Avenue. That matter is moot complied.
Moot complied, thank you.
There was a.
I'm actually representing for that person right now. She's my mother.
Okay, wait, hold on a minute. Ms. Skiles, I just want to make sure we're clear. That's a moot complied matter?
It is, I know, and I know there was a continuance request on that matter, but the department would oppose the continuance request as there's no need for the hearing because the matter is moot complied.
Okay, now is there someone here to speak on behalf of Ms. Nguyen?
Yes, I'm her son.
Identify
yes.
yourself.
Tommy Nguyen.
Okay.
Yes,
And
I am
what-
her son. I'm representing her because she does not know how to speak English. So
Okay.
I'm going to be representing her.
Okay, the matter has been resolved. And
Okay.
going forward, for someone who does not speak, doesn't have a comfortable control of English, we have interpreters. Family members are
Okay.
not allowed to represent them in these legal proceedings. So in the future,
Okay.
if she has another matter to come
Okay.
before the board, she must let us know early on so we can have an
Yeah.
interpreter ready and waiting to assist her, okay?
Got it.
Right.
All right.
Thank you.
So the matter is resolved now. The case
Yes.
is resolved for her.
Yes,
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Don.
have a good
All right.
afternoon.
Have a good afternoon. Bye-bye.
Excuse me, I just have a quick question here. I was waiting and I heard my appeal number being called and it said, you said moved.
Okay,
sorry, my
Mr.
apology.
Sarah, what you need to do, just wait until we finish hearing from the law department, all the cases, then we'll come back to you, okay? Just sit tight for a
Okay,
minute.
thank you.
We'll be back to
Thank
you.
you.
Ms. Giles, please continue.
Yes. I apologize. I made a mistake. Number 24 is not moot complied. That is going forward.
Okay, please repeat
Yes,
that
it's
case. number.
number 24, HA 2022-000072, Jose Serrano at 442 East Eleanor Street.
Okay. Okay,
And
so
that,
we'll
I
hear.
apologize, I misspoke. That is a ready matter.
Okay, all right. Okay,
I do have two more. 35 HA 2022-001551, David Lee. That's 1813 West Thompson Street. That matter is moot complied.
move complied, thank you.
Yes. And finally, number 38, HA 2022-004827. The appellant is James Neal, 1612 North 30th Street. That matter is moot.
Moot, okay. Thank you very much.
And that concludes the list of resolutions that I have.
Okay, anyone else from the law department have anything to contribute to this list before we move on?
Yes, good afternoon. India McGee for the City of Philadelphia.
Okay,
Regarding number 6 on the list, HA 2022-000486,
yes,
council submitted a written request to withdraw this appeal to the board's administration on November 30th.
oh, okay, so that one has been withdrawn by the appellant.
Yes,
Okay, thank you very much.
thank you.
Okay, anything else from anyone? Ms. Reinhardt, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. Number 37, we just reached an agreement to settle. This is HA 2022-000571, German Vega and Vega LLC regarding 143 East Rockland. I believe Mr. Vega is here and he requested a Spanish interpreter.
Well, we can't get a Spanish interpreter on at the moment.
He
So was,
indicated, I apologize, he indicated that he requested a Spanish interpreter at the time that he requested an emergency hearing.
okay, Mr. Wade, do we have anyone present, Spanish interpreter present?
I don't believe so.
Okay, Ms. Reinhardt, the matter that's been the negotiations to resolve this matter, were they done with the appellant directly or with someone representing his interests?
With him directly, with someone interpreting to ensure that he understood the full terms.
It is your representation of the matter is that he fully understood the outcome of those discussions?
It is, yes, that, and we did have a back and forth discussion indicating his understanding.
Okay, will the agreement be reduced to writing in English and Spanish or just English?
So it was reduced in English. He confirmed through writing that he does understand and agree to the terms as well.
Okay, let's do this, just so that we're clear. I don't want there to be any problems going forward. Would, if you haven't yet, please submit that to the administrator, both the document itself as well as the written response.
I just sent it over within the last, I'm going to say maybe 15 minutes.
Okay. My concern is that if Mr. Vega has requested an interpreter, proceeding in this manner without an interpreter being present, he won't understand what we've just agreed to. And so-
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
there's one
sir.
other comment, if I may make. It says that the appellant is Vega and Vega LLC. And so I don't know whether that might complicate matters even further.
Yes. Is there legal counsel involved, Ms. Reinhardt?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Well, I think we're gonna have to, one, we couldn't hear it without legal counsel because it's LLC. Two, we need an interpreter so everyone understands what's happening here. Unless there is the two members, well, either way, they'd have to have a legal counsel. Those are the rules we've used going thus far. So what I'd like to do is not resolve the matter today. I will put it as continued. And then you can submit that in writing and then that will help resolve it, okay? Just submit everything to the board, the administrator, then we will handle it administratively rather than resolving it today. I will continue the matter for today because I can't hear it without the appellant being here and also with an interpreter being present to interpret to the appellant what's happened.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anything else? I have hands from Ms. Costello. Ms. Maris Costello.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I do have a stay of enforcement agreement that was made for number 13.
13. Okay.
It's appeal HA 2022-000462. And that was a signed 90-day stay of enforcement agreement that has been forwarded to the board.
Okay. Now we do have a problem with this matter because it wasn't filed timely. And that was going to be one of the issues we were going to raise today.
So their appeal wasn't filed timely, you're saying?
Correct.
Yeah, so the circumstances of this are very unusual and specific. So I am working with them along with one of the L&I inspectors. And we have made our agreement that they've signed.
Okay. And has that agreement been reduced to writing?
It has, yes, and it has been
Okay.
emailed to the board.
Okay. Would you, for purposes of today's action, then outline that agreement so the board can vote on it?
Sure, so a 90-day stay of enforcement agreement has been agreed to by both of the parties so that they're able to obtain the necessary permits.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello, I have a question. If you don't mind.
Yes, I
Sir,
do.
Sir,
Yeah,
you'll be called when it is your turn, sir.
we'll get to you shortly.
Is
Okay,
is that case, is the city, are you asking that the city be affirmed and a 90-day stay be granted?
Yes.
yeah, so I'll call the vote then for HA-2022-000462. And that's Eugene Marone,
Yes.
1530 East Houston Street. City affirmed 90-day stay of enforcement as per the agreement between the parties.
City affirmed 90-day stay by agreement of the parties.
City affirms 90-day stay of enforcement by the agreement of the parties.
City affirmed 90-day stay of enforcement by the agreement of the parties.
City affirmed 90-day stay of enforcement by agreement of the parties.
City affirmed 90-day stay of enforcement by agreement of the parties.
Thank you so much. Okay, Mr. Rardy, you have your hand up. You're muted, sir. Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Yes, with regard to one of the appeals, number 15 on the list, HA 2022-00933, there was some email exchanged between myself and Andrea Ambrose, who's doing this DBA. There were two issues that were raised in the emails, and Mr. McSherry and also Mr. Wade were included on those. It appears that the appellant might need an attorney, so we just sort of preemptively agreed to just continue the case if she needs an attorney. It has in the appeal DBA, but I actually think that it may actually be an LLC. But probably more importantly, the substance of the appeal, what she's seeking appears to be, on the face of the appeal, is a variance from a building code requirement. And it involves a historic property, and there is a provision for getting variances from building code requirements if it's a historic property. So it was my suggestion, and again, I totally defer to the board and board's administrator on this, but that case should be remanded to the Board of Building Standards. I don't know what the process of doing that is. I don't know if she has to submit a permit application first. But this board wouldn't have authority to grant the relief that she's seeking, but the Board of Building Standards would.
Correct. Let's do this, because it's clearly the expectation, well, the assumption of the board also was that there would be need for legal counsel. And given the complexity of the matter, as you've outlined it, legal counsel would be extremely helpful to this appellant.
Yes, and
so,
I've asked her to, if once she retains counsel, to have that person reach out to me, and then we can maybe just continue this matter.
Yeah, that's what we should do. We'll
and then
continue.
we'll figure out how to get it to the BBS once she gets an attorney, because I think she'll need I don't. Mr. Wade would know better than I or Mr. McSherry, but I think she would also need to be represented at the BBS as well. But I'm not sure. I'm actually not 100% sure about that, because those aren't really adversarial hearings.
Okay, but either way, she needs to go to the Board of Building Standards. If she goes to Historic Commission and comes back to us, she'll need legal counsel. So
yeah, she may or may not need to go to the commission. I think they can approve at staff level once the Board of Building Standards does their thing. But yeah,
we'll continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Davis, Dejanay Davis.
Good afternoon, board. I just wanted to bring to the board's attention with regards to case number 32 on the list, appeal number HA 2022-001266.
Yes.
That case is moot complied.
Moot complied. Thank you very much.
Additionally, with regards to, I just lost my footing. Case number 40 on the list.
Yes.
For the property, hold on, I just lost it because I just lost it where my appeal number for that case. My apologies.
That's HA 2022-004990.
Yes, for 4222 Manayunk.
Yes.
Yeah, there was a continuance request by opposing counsel in which the city had no objection. I believe we were able to get a new date for that case.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Wade, if you can confirm, I'm not sure.
That'll be scheduled on January 31st.
Yes,
Okay, so that's already been rescheduled.
yes,
Okay,
thank you.
all right, thank you.
Ms. Davis, what was the number before that?
This case was number 40 that we
No, I'm
just
sorry,
resolved.
she read one before that then.
Oh, case number 32, I'm sorry, it was HA 2022-00-1266.
Thank you.
Okay, is anyone else? If not, the board has several questions regarding matters that we discussed in executive session that I want to bring to your attention at this point. Case number 2. And that's case number HA-2021-005612. Ed Kradoska, Jeka Corp., 3379 Richmond Street. Is there an assumption that legal counsel is required? Who's representing the city in this matter?
This is Christopher Johnson, and I'm not sure whether that is going to go forward because Jeka Corporation has sold the property in the middle of last year. They're
Oh.
no longer the owners of the property, and I don't think anyone's going to appear on that today.
Is anyone currently present for this matter? Okay. Have you reached out to them to determine where we are, or has the city gone back and done a re-inspection?
The inspector was there yesterday, but there's no word from the owner about whether they're pursuing this appeal or even know anything about it. The old owner who filed the appeal sold the property.
Okay, so what is your pleasure for today?
It should be dismissed as failure to prosecute the appeal. City affirm.
City affirm failure to appear?
Yep.
Okay, let's do that. Mr. Pincus, what time do you have?
2:03 PM.
2:03. We will poll the board regarding HA-2021-005612. Ed Kradoska, Jeka Corp., 3379 Richmond Street. Mr. Wade, was the service made?
Yes.
Okay, they will then call the vote. City affirm, lack of appearance.
City affirm non-appearance.
City affirm non-appearance.
City affirm non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirm non-appearance.
Thank you very much. The next matter was raised in executive session is number 18, HA-2022-00201, Southern Fine LLC, between 2221 North Grad Street, legal representation. Who's handling this?
Good afternoon, Dejanay Davis on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, Ms. Davis, we're concerned that given that this is LLC, do you know if there's legal counsel representing?
Yeah, I have not determined whether or not they have received legal counsel. In addition, so legal counsel was a threshold issue that the city was prepared to bring forward with regards to this matter, in addition to the issue of timeliness.
Okay, is anyone present representing this this appellant today? Okay, let's do this then. Ms. Davis, when we get to this matter, I'd like you to raise the issue of timeliness and we will then rule on it, okay?
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Johns is in the court.
Okay, I'm sorry. Ms. Penn,
I beg your pardon, Mr. Woodson. Mr. Johns is on screen.
oh, yes.
Muted, yes.
Okay, I didn't know there was Mr. Johns associated with Southern Fine LLC.
It says Lamar Johns, does it not?
No,
No.
that is for a different matter. That's for
That's
case
one-
number
I'm
20
sorry.
on the list.
My apologies, I'm sorry.
Mr. Pincus, you had a comment to make?
Did case number 11, did we resolve that? It was a continuance request, but it also was a late filing.
Yes, we continued it. We resolved it.
Thank you.
Can we,
what-
I'm sorry, I was not.
No, we did not. I'm sorry, we didn't. We'll go back to it. My
Okay.
apologies. So let's finish this one, number 18. Ms. Davis, when we come to that one, you will make the argument and we will resolve that one then, okay? All right. Now, let me go back through my list just to make sure I've covered everything. Number 34, Rahil Raza, Rakis, I'm not apologizing for this because I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Razachea Properties.
Rahil Raza Chia Properties.
Razachea Properties. Okay. Who's representing the city in this matter?
Dejanay Davis on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay. Is anyone representing the appellant present? Okay. We have concerns about this, Ms. Davis, in terms of legal counsel.
Yes, that is also an issue for the city as well.
Okay.
So I filed an appeal during the 30 days.
Oh, excuse me, sir. Would you identify yourself?
My name's Rahil Raza of Raza Chia Properties. I'm one of the owners.
Okay. Now, can you activate your camera so we can see you?
Of course, yeah. Hi.
Yes. The concern is
So
that is this a corporation, sir?
It's an LLC. It's a partnership LLC.
We require to have a legal counsel lawyer representing you in these hearings.
Yeah. So I just learned that from listening to you.
That's on the appeal notices. That's written on the appeal notices. Okay. So we can't hear it today. So we're going to have to continue this.
Okay. Can I say one thing though, please?
Okay. What is that?
So I received a moot compliance note or email from you guys, and then when I responded to it shortly thereafter, I received a notice of a lawsuit filing for $1,900.
Who's that filed by? Well, let's do this. Let's do it. Wait, back up a minute, sir. You haven't been sworn or anything, so I'm not going to. I'm not sure if the lawsuit matter is relevant to our discussion for today. We can't hear you because you don't have a lawyer, so I'm not going to get into any of that detail. So we will continue this matter, and you have to get a lawyer to represent you in these matters, okay?
But I have a legal case against.
But you may have a legal case that's. But listen to me. Your legal case may not be relevant to the LNI matter that's before us today. And I'm only here to, well, I don't know that, and I can't let you speak unless you're sworn, and you are not represented by legal counsel, so you don't have standing to speak. That seems complicated, but it is pretty clear. You need a lawyer, and we aren't going to move forward any answers and questions until you get a lawyer.
An irrelevant issue that I was.
Sir, you haven't heard me. Did you hear what I just?
A lawyer.
So did you hear me?
Of what you guys sued me for, and that's not fair.
Excuse me, sir, but did you understand? Let's move on. Let's cut him off. Let's move on. We're not going to hear that today.
Are we
You're going to continue the case. You're going to continue.
Sue me for $1,900.
Turn him off, please. We're not going to hear it.
trying.
Thank you. Let's see here. Let's move on. That one's resolved. Okay, number 11 was a concern with that one.
It's not resolved.
Andy, well, let me read the numbers here. HA-2021-005541. Andy Coxja, 2420 Duncan Street, Henry Clinton Esquire. Who's representing the city in this?
Good afternoon, Dejanay Davis on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, Ms. Davis. Is there an issue of, there's a late appeal issue here?
Yes.
And there was a request for continuance. What is your understanding of this matter?
It is my understanding that I was made aware that the property owner did just receive counsel, but other than that, the only issue that remains for the city's position is the issue of timeliness with the appeal.
Okay, so the city is opposed regarding timeliness.
Yes.
Okay, so have you had an opportunity to speak with counsel yet?
No, I have not.
Okay, so what we're going to do, timeliness is an issue. Is anyone currently present?
Mr. Woodson, if I will, this case, due to some clerical issues with the appeal number and such, this case is also listed on the 31st.
Okay,
So if you just want to mark it as continued today or listed in error, that'll also give Ms. Davis some time to maybe contact opposing counsel.
Yeah,
Okay.
the issue I also wanted to bring to the board's attention is that this appeal number is not associated with this particular violation case. It's associated with a prior with a BBS case. And so with regards to clarify the clerical issues, I'm okay with continuing this matter to the 31st with the other.
Okay, well, let's let the record reflect that it's listed in error for today, and it has been rescheduled for January 31, 2023. Okay?
Yes.
And Ms. Davis, please raise the issue with counsel for the appellant that timeliness will be challenged at the hearing, and the board will likewise be concerned about that.
Will do.
Thank you. Okay, anything else before we move to hear our first case?
If you want to let Mr. Ahmed Sawar know that his case was resolved for moot, as moot complied.
Which number was that?
That was case number,
Oh, yes.
number 7.
Number 7.
It
Okay,
was read into the record as moot complied.
thank you.
Okay, do I need, I'm sorry, I have just a quick question here. Do I need to
Excuse
be
me,
present?
I have one,
Wait, wait,
mine,
wait.
mute, not mute comply. I have
That's okay.
not mute comply.
Okay, it's identified as moot, not moot complied. Okay. Mr. Washington, I think that was your comment, correct?
Correct.
Okay, Mr. Sawar, what was your comment? What was your question?
No, because I'm just gonna, do I have to stay on Zoom?
No, you're done. You're done. Have a good
I'm
afternoon.
done.
Yes,
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
yes. Have a good afternoon.
You too, sir. Thank you.
Okay,
And
anything
Mr.
else
Chair,
from anyone?
Mr. Chair, just for my records, did we make a decision on number 18?
Number 18?
Yeah,
No.
okay. All right,
Now, we're going to get back to that when it's called. Ms.
Okay, thank you.
Davis will make an argument.
okay.
Okay, all righty. Thank you, everyone. Let's now move to the list itself. And let's start with case number 1.
Case number 1, hearing appeal number HA 2021-002483. IFTIKHAR Chuddery, CHAUDHRY, 2304 East Allegheny Avenue.
Okay, who's representing the city in this matter?
Thank you. May it please the board, Leonard F. Reuter, REUTER, Senior Attorney for the city.
Good afternoon, Mr. Reuter. Who's representing the appellant?
So
the address?
I think unless somebody's shows up, I think there's probably was some confusion on this. There again, this is another case where there was some the city submitted documents to the board and to the appellant in this particular case, but it's a little bit confused because the tenant had filed an appeal some time ago, and then the property owner also filed an appeal under their own name. This appeal, I think, had been filed in error. I don't know if they just clicked the wrong thing or whatever to the Board of Building Standards, but I think on its face, it is an appeal for this board. It really just involves a code violation. The owner was represented by an attorney who was involved in the emails. His name's Greg Shore. And we discussed both with, again, members of the board administration and board's counsel, this case, because again, there was some confusion about it. There, the two violations, and I'll just make it as a representation of counsel and an officer of the courts, that the violation was for not having a use permit for an alleged change of use, and then also not having appropriate certificate of occupancy. So when the violation was written, they did apply, and the owner, well, again, there were two applications for the zoning permit, one that was filed by the tenant and the other that was filed by the owner. The tenant's application got a refusal, and that was then appealed to the zoning board. And in fact, the zoning board granted a variance. However, again, that was the refusal that was issued to the tenant, and tenants can apply for zoning permits as long as they have the authority of the owner, and presumably they did here. The owner's application for the zoning permit was never completed, and that was marked abandoned. And I'm guessing that's because, you know, there already had been the other refusal, and the owner was at that time just letting that be resolved through that application. The same attorney who represents the appellant here was the one that appeared at the zoning board. And it was our belief that what happened was that the owner, because the owner's application was abandoned, the owner maybe didn't get notification that the zoning board had in fact granted the variance. So what's happened is nobody's actually picked up the zoning permit. They just need to pay the fee and pick it up because the variance was approved. And I notified counsel to this appellant that that's all they needed to do with that. And there would be, once that's done, there's outstanding question about whether they still need a certificate of occupancy. They do, but it's possible that there already is one out there somewhere, but that's not in the zoning file, which is all I had access to. So we had discussed that there would be an agreement to mark the case city affirmed with a 90-day stay of enforcement to give them time to pick up the zoning permit and then also apply for the certificate of occupancy if that were necessary. And I'm afraid it looks like Mr. Shore may have thought that that agreement was done and that he didn't need to appear because he was pretty responsive before. And I assumed that he would be here today. So I'm not really sure what to do. I mean, I hate to continue the matter because it is resolved, but by the same token, he's not here to confirm what I just said.
Yeah, I think the only appropriate thing to do is to continue it. And that will give you time to get Mr. Shore to sign off on the agreement. And it's just administrative matter after that.
So if we do get something like an agreement, can we just send like an email or something to the board administrator and Mr. Sherry just saying we agree, or does it need to come back here?
It does have to come back so we can vote on it. Yeah,
Okay.
it has to come back, but at least that'll be fairly easy without a lot of testimony. It'll just be a matter of the board voting. Okay.
That sounds good. Great.
All
Thank
right,
you very much.
We'll continue that. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Wade, let's move on to number 3, I think.
Case number 3, hearing appeal number HA 2021-005-668. Modessa Reyes Ramos, 2952-60 North Fifth Street.
Okay, who's representing the city? Is the city being represented in this matter? Okay, Mr. Wade, everybody's muted. I'm not sure what's happening here.
Mrs. Davis.
Good afternoon, board. Quick, just a moment. I'm trying to contact the attorney for that case.
Okay.
I believe this may have been resolved. I did have a note that the interpreter was canceled.
Was there an interpreter for this case as
Yes,
well?
okay, I do have an email from Michael Rulio that this matter was listed in error. It was originally arose in January 2022, and it was ultimately withdrawn. So this is marked as withdrawn.
Withdrawn. Okay.
I'm sorry. I apologize. This is marked as listed in error.
Okay, read that into the record clearly so that the
Case number 3, hearing appeal number HA 2021-005-668, Modessa Reyes Ramos, 2952 North Fifth Street, listed in error.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Apologies.
Okay. Alrighty, let's move
Bring up
on.
to case 10.
10.
Hearing appeal number HA 2021-005-427, Deborah Morgan, 1309 South 49th Street.
Okay. Who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, board. Dejanay Davis on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, and the appellant. Deborah Morgan. Anyone representing Deborah Morgan present?
Now, I did see the appellant log on earlier, but I'm not sure as to where she went.
Is
Yeah.
she currently on the screen? The answer is no.
Additionally, if
Oh, I see a
Hello?
name. Hello.
Can you hear
Uh,
me? Hello?
Yes, Ms. Morgan, can you turn
Okay.
on your camera so we can see you?
I'm on the phone and it said I can only do voice.
She's just calling in by a phone number. She
Oh, she
doesn't.
called in. Okay. Ms. Morgan, do you have access to internet, to email?
I have it on my phone.
If you have access to an email, would you hang up the phone and dial and come in on the internet connection? Then that will give you
Here's
access to
the-
the video.
Chairman, if I may,
Here's the thing.
Okay, Ms. Morgan, just for a moment. Ms. Davis?
well, here, just in case it may not be, we may not need to go that route, that there is a standing issue with this case, as Deborah Morgan is not the property owner with regards to this property. She's not listed on the deed. She's not listed on anything with regards to ownership of this property. So the city
Okay.
is
Correct.
raising a standing issue with regards to
Okay.
this case.
So
Okay, before you say
So
anything
here-
else, Ms. Morgan, just before you say anything else, I need you to raise your, we will
I can do it. Raise my right hand.
raise your right hand. Okay, do you swear and affirm that you are in fact?
It
Ms.
is.
Do you affirm and swear that you are in fact Ms. Deborah Morgan, associated with 1309 South 49th Street, Philadelphia?
Yes, I am.
Just for
Yes, I am.
clarification, what is your date of birth?
7/15/55.
Okay, thank you. Now, okay, now, Ms. Morgan, are you the owner of this property?
No, I am. I'm the granddaughter,
Where is the owner?
deceased. This is one of those city properties that's caught up in a family situation.
Well, it's not a city
And what
property, it's
happened-
privately owned, isn't it?
Oh, no, it's privately owned. When I say
Okay.
a city property, it's one of those where the family member deceased
Okay,
and the family's arguing. So now I'm kind of regretting what I did. There was some siding issues and I thought, well, before that became a real problem where water comes in, I'll get it fixed. Got a contractor who tells me no permit is required. Long story short, I've subsequently talked to at least 3 of your people, and I know that is not true. So where I am at this point is, since I don't have my grandmother, what I know is, and I'm very totally computer illiterate, which is part of why I'm still on this, dealing with this. I need either a paper copy. I couldn't get that from 15th Street there.
Ms.
And
Morgan, I think what
I'm
you're gonna have
asking
to
you
do,
guys-
Ms. Morgan, because we can't handle clouded title matters in this hearing, the board. You need to consult legal counsel to help you transfer a title to whoever's going to be the owner of the property. Is that you or someone else in your family?
That's the problem. They won't agree. But can
Well-
I either pay the penalty or pay for the application?
Listen, Ms. Morgan, unfortunately, when you have a clouded title, there's very little you can do unless you have legal control of the property. And the board itself is not the body to help you untangle that. We can't even begin to
Okay,
hear.
so what,
it 'cause
so what
you need-
happens now?
You need to call a lawyer to help you
Need a lawyer.
untangle it. You need a lawyer to help you and your family resolve this. Unless there's someone else, Ms. Davis, do you have another suggestion for us? Ms. Davis represents the city of Philadelphia.
Yeah, I don't have any additional recommendations at this moment.
Okay.
Can I call you or email you offline? Because you did send a packet to me.
Ms. Davis, if you could have a preliminary conversation with her, that may help point her in the
Yeah,
right direction.
does your grandmother, does she have any children that are still alive?
No, my mom was the last one to decease.
If I may, there is, and Ms. Davis may be able to look into it. There is a whole, I believe, unit of either the Philadelphia Bar Association or the Volunteers for the Indigent to the Poor, VIP, that deals with tangled titles. So there is a group of lawyers within the city who are experienced in dealing with issues of tangled title. It's rather complex and might be even time consuming to deal with. But there are all lawyers in the city who know how to deal with this kind of issue.
So the city won't oppose continuance of this matter to allow Ms. Morgan to get this issue rectified to properly handle this matter before the board.
Okay, we will continue the case today. Ms. Morgan, Ms. Davis has agreed to have a preliminary conversation with you. So give her a call.
Perfect.
She will point you in the right direction, okay?
There is a lawyer
Very good.
referral, there's a lawyer referral service within the Philadelphia Bar Association. I don't know what your financial circumstances are, but the Bar Association may have people who can deal with tangled title issues.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I'll be in touch with you, Ms. Desiree.
Thank you.
You're
Okay,
welcome.
let's call the next matter. You
So
muted.
that
Yes,
brings
sir.
us down, that brings us down to case number 18,
Yes,
hearing appeal number HA 2022 000201 Southern Fine LLC, 2221 North Gratz Street.
okay, Ms. Dejanay Davis.
Yes,
Correct.
good afternoon, board.
Okay,
With regards to this matter, the city would like to bring to the board's attention regarding the timeliness of this appeal, as the appellant had until October 16th to file the appeal before the board, and the appeal was not filed until January 12th, 2022, deeming the appeal untimely.
okay, that was January 21st of 22?
I have January 12th as my record of when the
January 12th, okay,
when the
22.
appeal was filed. Yes.
Okay. All righty, thank you. Have you had any conversations with the appellant?
No, I have not.
Okay, and is the appellant present today? Anyone representing Southern Fine LLC? And I would assume there's legal counsel necessary to prosecute this case.
That is also correct.
Okay. All righty. If no one's present, Mr. McSherry, I assume we have the ability here to cut and clean and simple as to non-appearance. Is there a simpler, more direct way to deal with this?
I would agree with that the board can vote and mark this as a city affirmed for non-appearance.
Okay, thank you.
Service was made.
Service was made. Thank you. Ms. Davis, are you okay with that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right, Mr. Pincus, give us a time.
2:28 p.m.
2:28 p.m. Thank you. With regard to HA-2022-000201 Southern Fine LLC, 2221 North Gratz Street, city affirmed non-appearance.
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 Thank you very much. That resolves that matter. Okay, thank you. What do we have next?
That brings us to case 19,
Chair,
but
real quick. Mr. Wade, we did case number 6 already?
that was withdrawn.
Withdrawn. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wade?
And we're up to case number 19, but briefly, I just want to revisit case number 37. It was previously marked as continued.
Yes.
I have subsequently received a withdrawal email from the appellant per the agreement with the city.
Okay, who's representing the city in this matter?
Amy Scott. I'm sorry, Michelle Reinhardt.
Ms. Reinhardt, okay.
Yes.
So what do we have? Is that the appellant who sent you an email in English?
It is, yes. And he did confirm that he is withdrawing the appeal in order to, in exchange for an agreement to pay $750 in statutory fines within 30 days of today.
Okay. Well, given that we've already continued it, if in fact those fines are not paid, it will be relisted automatically anyway, correct?
No,
Because that's,
no, what the agreement is that he's withdrawing the appeal so that L&I can reduce
Okay.
the fines.
okay, so let's revisit the previous decision of the board then. And so your preference then is to city affirm based on per the agreement between the parties, correct?
No, it's a withdrawal. The appellant has just withdrawn their appeal.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, my apologies. So Mr. Wade, read that into the record and note it as withdrawn.
Case number 37, hearing appeal number HA 2022-000-571, German Vega, Vega and Vega LLC, 143 East Rockland has been withdrawn.
Thank you very much. I think that resolves that. Thank you.
Thank
So
you,
that brings-
everyone.
That brings us back to case number 19.
Okay,
Hearing appeal number HA 2022-000-388, Alam Bashu, 1953 South Bonsall Street.
okay, who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, Dejanay Davis on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, and anyone present representing the appellant?
They were on there.
Is there Alam Bashuti? Alam Bashuti.
I'm asking to unmute.
Do you see the individual's name?
Yes.
Okay.
Miss-
Hello,
Yes,
can you hear me?
yes.
Thank you. My name is Alan Bishuti. I'm at the neighbors because I used my phone 13 times and it wouldn't connect me. And my neighbor is Mr. Crawford Young here.
Okay, just one moment, ma'am. Ms. Davis, any concerns regarding her identity?
No,
Okay, Ms. Bashuti, so the phones you're using, is any way possible for you to turn the camera on so we can see your face?
I don't even know how to use this phone. I'm sorry.
Or is the neighbor who gave you permission, are they willing to
I-
show you?
Oh, he doesn't know how to use it either. It's the little one usually, but he's at school.
Okay, we'll need you to raise your right hand and swear and confirm who you are. Ms.
Yes,
Bashuti,
sir.
do you swear or
Yes.
affirm that in fact you are Ilam Bashuti?
Yes,
Regarding 1953 South Bonsall Street?
yes.
Okay, Ms. Bashuti, what is the date of your birth date?
February 12th, 1962.
Okay, and also, do you swear and affirm that you will be truthful in these hearings today?
Of course.
That's a yes, I assume.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Alrighty, before we begin, ma'am, are you the sole owner of this property in question?
Yeah, yes,
No one else's name is on the deed but yours?
that is correct.
Okay. All right. Ms. Davis, would you proceed, please?
yes, at this time, the city would like to call Inspector Greer.
There we go.
Good afternoon.
Okay, Mr. Greer?
Miss,
Oh, Miss Greer, my apologies. Okay. All right, Ms. Davis. Oh, I need to swear you in. Raise your right hand so you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms.
Good
Davis?
afternoon. Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Inspector. Would you please introduce yourself to the board?
Good afternoon. Shannon Greer, Inspector, South District. Yeah, I hear echo. I'm sorry. South District, Code Enforcement Inspector.
And how long have you been with the Department of License and Inspection?
32 years.
And can you describe some of your primary duties within your position?
Doing field inspections, when people call, complain, re-inspections. Basically, that's it.
And are you familiar with the property located at 1953 South Bonsall Street?
Yes,
And how are you familiar with that property, Inspector?
I wrote the original case and then I did the re-inspection.
And did you get opportunity to review the records, the public records and the LNI records regarding this property?
Yes,
And would you be able to recognize those if I were to show you here today?
yes.
Permission to share my screen board?
Yes.
Inspector Greer, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Board members, can you see my screen?
Yes, I just need to, as you scroll up, we'll see whether or not we can read it based on the size of the print. But it's so far so good.
So at this time, I'm showing Inspector Greer what has been previously marked as City's Exhibit C2. Inspector, do you recognize this exhibit?
It's a notice of violation.
And can you, I'm going to slow down to scroll. Is this the notice of violation that you wrote up for the property located at 1953 South Bonsall Street?
Yes.
In looking at this violation, can you describe to the board the violations that you found at this property?
So originally, the steps on the front of the property were broken and needed to be repaired. Now, the property was unoccupied, so that's why a vacant license was required. And it just needs to be kept clean and secured since it's vacant.
And were there photos taken at this inspection?
Yes,
Would you recognize those photos?
yes.
Let the record reflect I'm showing Inspector Greer what has been marked as City's Exhibit C6.
Okay.
Inspector, can you see Exhibit C6?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here?
So those are the front steps that were cracked and needed to be repaired.
And these are the photos that you took at the initial inspection?
Yes.
For the record, can you just state the date of this photo?
12/30/2021.
And I'm scrolling down to the second picture of Exhibit C6. Can you let us know what we also see here?
That's just the exterior front of the property.
And I'm also now showing you Exhibit. Photo 3. And I'm going to stop sharing my screen at this time. And Inspector Greer, when was the last time you inspected this property?
8, maybe 20 this morning.
And based upon your most recent inspection, is this property still currently out of compliance?
The property is still unoccupied. The steps were repaired, the window was repaired, but the property is still unoccupied.
How you gonna say it's unoccupied?
Thank you. I have no.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
The appellant have someone in the background talking and they keep bleeding over when she's talking.
Okay, Ms. Bashuti, after these microphones are really sensitive, so if you could keep the side comments to a minimum, it'd be helpful.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Inspector Greer, can you explain to the board, based upon your knowledge and skills and expertise in your field, how do you know that the property is vacant?
Well, I tried knocking on the door. I've never, ever gotten a reply. I've never even gotten a reply from the owner. No one has ever entered the door. Plus the complaint came in from the neighbor about some other things that I couldn't verify in her complaint as well about the property being vacant.
Thank you. I have no further questions for Inspector Greer.
Okay. Ms. Bashuti, do you have any cross-examination of Inspector Greer based on her testimony? If not, that's
Well, yes.
okay, because we'll allow you to tell us what you understand to be the facts.
Yeah, when I received the initial citation. I went to the city and they helped me file this appeal. And later on, the head of the department had contacted me and I emailed her the photos of the corrections and everything. And I said, we do live in the house. My brother got sick too, so we're taking care of him. But I'm a nurse. I leave very early. I leave at 5:30 in the morning and I don't get home
Okay, wait,
until
wait, wait.
8:30.
I'm not sure, is she asking a question?
Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Ms. Bashuti, so based on your statement, it appears that you do not have any questions for Ms. Greer based on her testimony.
Well,
correct?
Ms. Greer had stated that the property is unoccupied due to nobody answering. But my brother doesn't answer even his phone.
Ms. Bashuti, you're not understanding me. What I'm asking you is, do you have any specific questions? If you don't, that's okay. You can just tell us
Sir,
your
I don't
understanding where we are.
Well, sir, the question
I'm
is why
going
is
to
he
object at this
stating it
time because there's
unoccupied?
somebody in the background
Ms.
using
Davis.
this appellant question for answers
Ms.
to her
Davis,
questions.
understood.
Well,
That's okay. Ms. Bashuti,
Ma'am,
yes.
I'm a nurse. I don't know how to deal with this. My neighbor is helping me and he's been like my brother all these years. For the last 40 years, we lived next door.
Okay,
So,
but what I'm saying to you is that it may be easier for us. Ms. Bashuti, listen to me. Ms. Bashuti, listen to me.
Yes.
Don't speak until I've stopped, okay? If you want someone to help you, then they may need to write you a note. Once he speaks to you, we can hear it, and it creates a lot of confusion on our end. Okay.
Yes.
And so what I'm asking you, if you have a question for Ms. Greer based on what she said, then you can just say, I have this question. If you don't have a question, that's okay. Just tell us your response to the complaint. Tell us if the property is vacant and what evidence do you have to offer to indicate that someone lives in the building. Okay.
Oh, sorry. My neighbor writing me the question.
Okay.
I mean, when I communicated with the head of the department, Ms. Delaney, had sent me an email, said everything is resolved except the front cracks. Once you fix them, you let us know and we'll come and check. And otherwise there'll be no inspections. Everything is okay. But then I received your notice about this hearing. So then I got confused.
Okay.
So,
well, let me ask you a couple questions then that may help resolve this. Do you live at that property?
we do live in that property, yeah.
Who lives in the property?
My brother and I, we used to be my mom with us, and unfortunately we lost her. She passed away.
Okay. And what evidence do you have that this is your residence? Is there an electric bill or gas bill or water bill for that address?
Yes, I have all the bills.
Okay.
Some in my name and some in my brother's name.
Okay. How long have you lived there?
We've been there for over 40, almost 40 years.
40 years? Oh, and
40.
40. Okay. And have you or your family members, your brother and your mother, lived in any other address in Philadelphia before then?
Before that, yes, we did. I worked for the American Embassy when it was bombed, and I was badly injured. Was medically evacuated, and yeah, I lived on a Jefferson Resident Hall. We lived on Pine Street, and then we moved to this house.
Okay, so I'm curious, which embassy you're referring?
The American Embassy.
In which country?
I was an employee of the American Embassy at Beirut.
Okay, alrighty. So you're now residing in the city of Philadelphia. Who do you work? Who's your employer?
Thomas Jefferson University Hospital. I work in the emergency room. I'm a nurse. I changed career with the State Department because I didn't want to be hurt again. I'm sorry.
Sure. Okay, no problem. Okay, so you're a nurse at Thomas Jefferson. Okay, and well, let's do this. Ms. Davis, do you have any cross-examination? Because if in fact they do have the documentation that you that she's referenced, I think this matter is resolved.
So it is my I would like to ask the appellant some questions.
Yes.
I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, Miss Bashuti.
No problem.
Say it again.
That's
I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. It's okay, no problem. It's Bashuti, but you
Bashuti,
can pronounce
okay.
it. Yes, thank you.
So, Ms. Bashuti, you stated to the board members that you've lived here for 40 years, correct?
Yeah, we bought the house back in 1989, 90, something like that.
Well, in fact, you bought the property back in 1992. That is correct.
That is, I'm sure if that's what you have, that's probably correct.
And with regards to your brother residing at the residence, you cannot produce any documentation that your brother currently lives at this residence, correct?
My brother is sick now and he's depressed, so.
So my question is, you cannot provide any documentation?
Well, I have, he has his bills. If that's, I have my neighbor here, he can testify to that.
Ms. Davis, are you referencing anything that would show that has his mailing address? Is that what you?
No, I don't have, I can share my screen again to just demonstrate that with regards to this particular property, that the property owner, there are two different addresses that in which this, in which the violation notices were sent to, in addition to prior emails with regards to, from the appellant stating that it is the brother that was living there, but however, there was an issue, there was no water being used, which is how the LNI determines whether or not property is in fact vacant. And they have not produced any documentation to show that that there is actually someone living in the property currently.
Okay, so now that we have Ms. Bashuti on the line, she's making an offer of proof of utility bills. And
See, I haven't received anything from the appellant with regards to this matter at all. So if the appellant is able to send me that documentation, that would be great. And we can probably resolve the matter that way. But at this time, the city has no evidence that the property is actually occupied.
okay, what was the other address, Ms. Davis, that you referenced?
Yes, address of record for this property is a 2801 Shipley Road, SHIPLEY in Wilmington, Delaware.
Ms. Bashuti, you familiar with that address?
Yes, sir. I bought that house to accommodate my mom when she couldn't climb stairs anymore. But then when she passed away, I didn't need it.
Okay.
So, but I still own it. I didn't sell it.
And
okay.
There's also a PO Box 53515. That is located.
That is correct too. That was my first address in Philadelphia when I was lying in bed, unable to move. So my brother had to create a mailing address so the State Department can communicate with me.
Objection overruled. She's responding to your question. Okay, so let's do this.
The PO Box was created from day one. I arrived to Philadelphia when I did not have an address. I was in the hospital. My brother created it so the State Department can communicate and send me my checks for my living.
Okay, let's do this. Ms. Bashuti, I'd like you to connect with Ms. Davis to provide that written evidence. And there may be need for another inspection to do an interior inspection to confirm that the property is occupied. If we can do those two things, I think that'll resolve this.
Sir.
Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Why do I need to do
Ms. Bashuti, because in fact you have an outstanding violation and it's in your interest that we resolve it. And one of the things that the board wants to do is confirm that someone lives in the house. And I, as board chair, am asking them to do an interior inspection. That's why.
So what violation you're referring to?
It's a vacant property according to the record. So we want to resolve that to your satisfaction and ours. And so are you on?
Currently,
Ms. Bashuti, just for a moment. Just a moment.
Yeah. My name is Ralph Pincus. I'm on the board. If the property is found to be vacant, then you are required to have a vacant property license. The issue is if it's occupied, that's fine. But if it's not occupied, the city has cited you for failing to have a vacant property license. There's a procedure you would go through to get a vacant property license. So what needs to be determined one way or another is whether or not someone is actually living in the property and someone needs to be able to go in and confirm that. And if you have water bills to prove that the water is being used at the property, or some other evidence to show that there's continuing presence of a person in the property, you need to provide that to either Ms. Davis or the inspector from the Department of Licenses and Inspections. I hope you heard and understood what I just said.
She's on mute.
Not anymore.
Ms. Bashuti, did you understand that from Mr. Pincus?
Still on mute.
Can you hear me?
No, you were on mute. We didn't understand. Please repeat.
Okay, well, I was trying to say I didn't understand the vacant license and the vacant and the inspection and all this. I don't understand it. And my neighbor is trying to write me something I don't understand either. Can he say it to you, please?
No, he's not been sworn in. And so he would have to be sworn in as a witness. Okay.
Do you want him sworn in for the witness?
Before you do that, I have one other comment I want Mr. Tennant to make. He's a member of the board. Mr. Tennant, you had a comment you wanted to make?
Yeah, just to follow up what Ms. Davis said. Ms. Bashuti said she lived in that property. She bought it in 1992. She had an appeal box for reasons of trying to have the MSC contact her. But you've carried a PO box there for the last 42 years, but you're claiming to live in the property. And I also saw an address, if I'm correct, Ms. Davis, on the violation for 2220 Fairmount Avenue. So that's a different address. It's another address for the same property. So between
No. I don't even know what that address is.
Let me finish.
I'm sorry, I don't know what that address is.
I understand.
Excuse me, sir.
No, may I finish my questions respectfully? I understand that may be an incorrect address. I'm just making that statement. But to have a PO box and to be residing in the property for over 40 years just seems a little bit out of touch and uncommon. And as Mr. Pinkett said, you allow an individual to come in.
Sir, excuse.
Let her go, Mr. Wade. Thank you.
Okay.
Let her go, Mr. Wade. Thank you.
This is Ms. Bashuti. This is how we're going to resolve this.
May I also just put additional information on the record with Inspector Greer has testified that she has gone to the property multiple times and no one has answered the door. For someone to be living at a property for 40 years and for countless inspectors to go out and try to inspect this property and to not receive any answers, and for them to come to this appeal, this is their appeal, and to fail to produce any evidence, to send any evidence to any inspectors or the city to demonstrate that there is someone living in this property, that should give reasons as to why I find that the board should rule city affirm with regards to this matter.
Okay. As I offered earlier, Ms. Bashuti, are you present? Is she still with us?
He's still with us.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Ms. Bashuti, this is what we're going to do.
Let me say something, sir, first. My neighbor wants to swear in so he can testify to what Ms. Davis just said. And the other thing, the PO box was created and I never canceled it, and I have no plan to cancel it because I received mail from friends I've known 50 years, like when I was a teenager. I don't want to lose those friends. So the PO box is going to stay. And I have neighbors here can say that I do live in my house. The other thing, my brother is depressed after we lost my mom. He doesn't even answer his phone, let alone answer the door.
Okay, Ms. Bashuti, PO box is your right. That isn't the issue here.
Yes, it is.
What we're going to do, Ms. Bashuti, I've asked, my previous comments will stand. I've asked there to be a reinspection of the interior just to confirm that in fact it's occupied. And if you have the documentation that that shows utility use, please provide a copy of that to the inspector. Call the inspector. She's at her office today and set up an appointment. That's all we need to do to resolve this. And so for today's hearing,
and I just
we'll continue.
put an
I'm not
objection.
finished. Everybody stop talking until I finish.
So would you please, he wants to swear in so he can talk to you.
Ms.
Would you
Bashuti,
please allow him?
Ms. Bashuti, we are not doing that. I've determined what we're going to do, okay? So what I want there to be is a reinspection of the interior. And I'm continuing this matter today to the reinspection occurs, and we can make this happen. Sir, I don't know who you are, but you will not be testifying today.
I am if you let me swear in.
But you aren't swearing. We're not going to do that. We've already decided
Well,
how
let
we're
me
going
say
to
this to you.
proceed.
I want everybody to hear this. I'm the block captain here for years. I'm also the committee member.
Mr. Wade, mute him. Mr. Schutte, you just muted that individual. This matter is being continued for reinspection and to provide additional documentation. That's it for this case. Let's move on.
Can I just
But
put, I just
sir,
wanted
we
to put an
can't do
objection on
that.
the- I just wanted to
No.
put an objection on the record for the continuance.
So
Thank you.
noted.
Thank you.
Overruled. Let's continue. What's the next case?
That brings us to case number 20.
Hello, when you,
Before
Hello?
we proceed, before
when
we
I was
proceed,
in your
I'm gonna put her in the
office,
waiting room.
you have no business in
hold
my
on.
house. Oh,
okay, Mr. Wade,
All right,
can we take care of that?
I put her in the waiting room.
Thank you. Now, if in terms of, I'm wondering if it would be appropriate for someone on staff to call her and have a telephone conversation. That may help. But in the meantime, let's move on to the next matter.
Case number 20, hearing appeal number HA 2022-000490, Lamar Johns, 1952 North Krosky. Mr. Johns was present.
I do see him on the screen, not his picture, but his name.
And Mr. Chair, just a reminder, I cannot write to people at the same time,
Yes,
even if you have it recorded.
understood. Understood. We will do everything we can to restrain ourselves.
I'm trying to mute people.
So we can only
Thank-
have one person speaking at a time.
Correct,
Understood.
thank you.
Okay. Okay, what's our next case?
Case number 20.
Okay,
Lamar
Lamar
Johns,
Johns.
he's here. I don't know who's representing for the city.
Good afternoon, Dejanay Davis on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Ms. Davis, you draw the short straw today, huh?
Listen, great way to start the new year, right?
Yeah. Mr. Lamar Johns' name appears, but he's muted, so let's unmute that if we can.
I've asked him. We can go to case 21 if you'd like, and we can come back.
Yeah, let's do that and move on. If he picks up, then we will go back to him. Okay,
Case number 21, hearing appeal number HA 2021-004438, Green Street Artists Corporation, 5221 through 27 Green Street, marked must be tried.
okay, who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, members of the board. Jeffrey Cohen for the city.
Mr. Cohen, who's representing Green Street Artists?
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Denise Kestner, and I represent Green Street Artists Cooperative.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Kessler, your name is not listed here. Henry Langston Esquire is listed. Would you mind introducing yourself with your number, please?
Sure. He is a colleague of mine at the firm, Henry Langston, but my name is Denise Kestner. It's KUESTNER, and my attorney ID number is 66456.
66456, thank you.
Yes. Mhm.
Okay. Mr. Cohen, would you begin, please?
Of course. If it pleases the board, I'd like to share my screen very briefly.
Okay.
Board Member Woodson, before we get started, may I say, I have something I need to tell you.
Okay.
Okay,
Let's start with that, please.
Initially, I had identified my witness today as a David LaFontaine. In the course of this hearing, it was discovered that Mr. LaFontaine actually maybe had a professional relationship with you or knew you in some way. aware of that fact.
Okay, understood. So noted for the record. Yes, I do have a professional relationship with Mr. LaFontaine.
Okay, so
and-
we're ready to proceed with
Okay,
the other
before,
witness.
before we do that, Mr. Cohen, any objections or concerns?
No, but thank you.
Okay.
I was just going to ask if Mr. Ford was here, but actually scrolling through the list, I see that he is.
Okay.
So there should be no problems with proceeding. And
Okay.
with that, I would like to share.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kushner.
Can everyone see the city's exhibits that are currently up on screen?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to do this a little bit backwards. So we're going to jump to the last page, 56, because what's really at issue here is, does this property 5221 Green Street through 5227 Green Street, does it need a rental license? So here is 3902, or sorry, 9-3902 1A. This is the rental license requirement in the Philadelphia Code. The owner of any dwelling unit, multiple units, etc., that is let for occupancy must obtain a rental license. The code has helpfully defined let for occupancy because that's the key here. What is let for occupancy? So we scroll up to page 54, which is the definitions under section 9-3901. Let for occupancy is to permit, the appellant has helpfully provided as part of its exhibits, amendments to the bylaws from November of 2021 that require proprietary leases for each member of the co-op. In addition, they have provided as Exhibit 3, a 2021 sample amended lease. So that's it, that right there, let for occupancy. They have provided the leases that they're using, a written lease, which per this definition requires a rental license. But we don't stop there. Because what essentially this appellant is trying to do, and I mean no offense to Ms. Kestner or to the appellant, but what they're trying to do by trying to get around the rental license requirement here is they're trying to create a loophole. And the code is specific that it doesn't require the payment of rent, just an agreement for a lease, because we don't define in this code what rent is, but they're trying to get you, the board, what rent is, and they're trying to get you to define it as something that they don't have their tenants paying. They have their tenants paying, well, I'll get to that when we get to their agreements that they have helpfully provided in their exhibits, but their tenants paying something each month. And if their tenants don't pay that something, their tenants can be evicted, which is rent, just by another name. And with that, I'll open it up. I'll stop sharing my screen if Ms. Kestner wants to give some opening arguments, and then the city can go into calling its witness.
Ms. Kestner?
Yes, I'm going to share my screen for a moment, if I may. Hang on for a second here. All right, I'm having some technical difficulties here. So what I'm going to say at this point in time is that Green Street Artists Cooperative is a nonprofit corporation. The building is owned by the corporation. There are 16 units in the building. They are occupied by shareholders in the corporation. These shareholders do not own the units. These shareholders cannot be evicted. These shareholders are not paying rent. They each own a share in the corporation. It's called a membership certificate. They don't own it outright like a condominium. This is a corporation that owns a building, and the shareholders are occupying it. This is an owner-occupied building. The corporation is not leasing the unit to the occupant. There is no leasing or rental relationship, and they are not engaged in the business of leasing, nor are they subject to section 93902. Now, the language of that statute says so that an owner of a dwelling or unit quote, let for occupancy must obtain a rental license. It also states that no person can collect rent with respect to property that is required to be licensed. We're not leasing the property, we're not collecting rent. The shareholders do have what's called a proprietary lease. Just because the word lease is in there doesn't mean it's a landlord-tenant relationship or a lease. And I'm going to point to a case that I'd like the board to consider, and that is a Pennsylvania Commonwealth Court case. And the name of that case is called Philadelphia Tax Review Board versus Penn Center House, Inc. Penn Center House, Inc. is also a housing cooperative. And although in that case, the issue was whether the cooperative housing corporation was subject to the mercantile tax, the court, in analyzing that issue, expressly found, and I quote, that the housing cooperative is in no sense engaged in the business of leasing, buying, or selling units. And that's the Commonwealth Court. And I'm submitting to the court today, we don't lease unit, we're not in the business of leasing units, and we don't require a rental license.
Okay. All right, thank you. Mr. Cohen, will you be calling any witnesses?
Yes, and if I could share my screen again, I unfortunately can't do so while Ms. Kestner is doing so.
Ms. Kestner,
All right,
you
let
need
me
to,
get out of here. I'm going to get out for right now. Okay. Share.
Thank
There
you.
we go.
The city will call Yolanda Tolbert, inspector.
Mayor,
Ms. Colbert, would you raise your right hand so you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Inspector Tolbert.
Good
If you could briefly tell the board how long you've been working with L&I and in what capacity?
I've been working with L&I for almost 3 years. I've been with the city for almost 10. I go out to, we are complaint driven. So whenever someone makes a complaint, that's the address that we go to, and we do an inspection and see if there's any code violations that are at the property.
And in the course of your inspection duties with L&I, have you been to the property at 5221 Green Street?
Yes.
I'm actually going to jump to page 12 in the packet. Inspector, can you tell us what I have currently on screen? And if you need, I can make it larger.
No, it's a rental license.
Who's the rental license issued to?
Green Street Artists Corporation.
And when did this rental license expire?
2/29/2021.
So based on that, as from your research of L&I's records, has there been any rental license issued for this property since February 28th of 2021?
No,
But they did used to carry them.
that's correct.
I'm going to scroll down now to page 14. It's actually in the packet, page 14 through 16. And I'm just going to show you these photographs, and then we'll go back and I'll ask the questions about them. Inspector, who took the photographs that are in pages 14 through 16?
I did.
Do you remember when you took them?
I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the date.
Well, was it recorded in L&I's Eclipse system?
Yes, it was.
Can you take a moment to refresh your recollection?
October 7th, 2021.
And do those photographs depict 5221 through 27 Green Street accurately as of that date in October of 2021?
Yes.
So going now to page 15, what is this door that we're looking at on this photograph?
That's the front door.
And what can you tell me about these pieces of paper that are posted to the front door?
They're pieces of paper notifying the mail carrier, UPS or FedEx, anyone who's going to leave something there, where to leave it, who to call if a package is, if you're delivering something.
So like if they're delivering something to a particular unit in the building, that would tell them like, oh, call this person or call that number?
That's correct.
And looking a little bit more closely, and I'm just going to zoom in a little bit, those notices that are in the middle and lower left-hand window panes. Are those what you're talking about?
Yes,
And is there also a notice down here in the lower right window pane, something about COVID-19?
about wearing a mask, yes.
And who is that notice for?
Anyone entering the building?
And I'm going to zoom out a little again, and we're going to scroll down now. I'm going to show you pages 17, 18, and 19. And are these photographs that are in pages 17, 18, and 19 in LNI's system?
Yes.
Who inputted them into LNI's system?
Inspector Gonzalez,
And did he do so as part of his inspection duties?
yes.
And does LNI record those photographs as part of its ordinary business in its electronic system?
Yes,
And what's the date of these photographs?
September 15, 2022.
And just scrolling down now to page 18, are those some of the same or similar notices to the ones that were in your photograph on page 16?
Yes,
So presumably the same people in those units are still occupying those units.
I'm going to object as cause for speculation.
Okay, I'll withdraw. That's
But
okay.
Okay, thank you.
But there is a package here in this photograph, correct, from REI?
yes, that's what I see.
Thank you. Now, actually, Ms. Kestner, would you stipulate that the property, the deed to this property for Green Artist Corporation was issued in December 30th of 1991?
Yes.
Okay, then I can.
And
dispense
that
with
they are the
exhibit.
owners of the corporation is the owner
Yeah.
of the building.
Thank you.
Oh, just before you move on, just 1 minute. I just want to make sure we have that date. That's December 30th, 1991.
Yes, but for the record, I'm not doing anything with this exhibit. We're just getting that fact.
Okay.
And I'm moving to page 24 in the packet, which is exhibit C8. And actually, why don't I just make this a little bigger? Oh, sorry. Make this a little bigger. This stamp that's over here on the side, Inspector, is that the stamp showing December 31st of 1991, the stamp of the Department of Records? Sorry, you might have to turn your head.
Unless you rotate it, you could rotate it.
That looks like the date on there, but we don't use that date.
Oh, yes, but up here, is this a Department of Records recording number? I know it's sideways here. Let me,
Yes, that's what it looks like.
okay, members of the board, would you like me to rotate it briefly?
I'm
I'm gonna have to rotate it back. That's why.
Only if the inspector cannot read it clearly. If she can read it, then I'll say, okay.
I think we got past that part. The
Okay.
question is if the board wants to see it as well. Otherwise, I have also emailed the exhibits packet to the board and
Yes.
to the appellant.
Right.
Please feel free to rotate the exhibit as you deem fit. That said, all of these highlights, the highlighting, I would like to note for the record, that was done by the city. That is not in the original document, but I will be looking through the highlights just to make a couple of points. Inspector Tolbert, if you can unmute yourself briefly. To the best of your knowledge, is this a collateral assignment of rents recorded by the Department of Records in the course of its duties?
I'm going to object. I don't think she has any.
Well, so noted. Overrule unless she cannot. And you can cross-examine her, Ms. Kushner, at your opportunity. Ms. Talbot, please answer.
Yes,
And have you used the Philadelphia Philadocs system that the Department of Records uses before?
yes,
And you're familiar with that system?
a little bit.
And who submits the documents that get recorded by the Department of Records?
That would be the new owners.
And in this case, did the owner submit this document to the Department of Records?
Yes,
And with that, I would like to point out the parts that are highlighted. So Green Street Artists Corporation up at the top as an assigner of these rights to rent and leases. And you can see here under recital B, Assigner has established a co-op of then 17 residential units pursuant to subscription agreements and proprietary lease agreements, which they call occupancy agreements, executed by the tenant members, which they call members. And then down here, the assignment is from the assigner, Green Street, to their lender. The assigner does hereby absolutely unconditionally covenant, agree, warrant, et cetera, the following. And under here A, on the bottom of page 24, all revenues, income, rents, housing charges, issues, or profits now or hereafter arising in connection with any occupancy agreements. So right here in 1991, the day after the property has, or actually on the day that the property was purchased, recorded the day after the property was purchased, you have an assignment of the ability to collect rent to the lender. Oh, and this, sorry, on the second page, page 25, it's included but not limited to rents, housing charges expected to be received pursuant to Exhibit A. And I'm going to scroll down now. This is page 30, which is still part of the same exhibit. Exhibit A is a membership list. So as of December of 1991, you have each of the units designated, each of the names of the members of the co-op, and their monthly charges, meaning their monthly rents. So this document sets.
I'm going to
forth-
object to the characterization as meaning their monthly rents. That's not what it means.
So noted, Ms. Kushner, overruled, but you argue your understanding of that word at a later time.
Well, I'll point out then for the record, just that it says in the document, monthly charge cert number.
Okay, thank you.
Now let's move on. Sorry, moving on to page 33 in the document. Here we go. Inspector, do you see this stamp up here of the City Department of Records?
Yes.
Is this similarly a document that was recorded by the Department of Records in the course of its ordinary course of business?
Yes.
And who submitted this document?
It will be the owners.
And then I would also point out for the record, the same assigner language as in the last document, this one from August of 2007 between the Green Street Artists Corporation and their assignee for leases and rents. And if we scroll down to the bottom of page 33, what they're actually assigning, the right title and interest of that's being assigned is any and all present or future leases or tenancies, written or oral, covering any or all of the subject property, which they call the mortgage property. And here, number 2, all rents, profits, other income, payments of any kind due to or to become payable due to the use, occupancy, or possession of all or part of the mortgage property. So it's a lot of legalese, but basically they're charging rent.
I'm going to object again to the characterization of that testimony.
So
The
noted.
document speaks for itself.
So
The
noted.
document, in
overruled.
fact, calls it rents, all of which are hereinafter collectively referred to as rents. So, okay, so technically I was wrong to call it rent singular. It is rents in the plural.
Plural. Okay.
And here on page 34, the assigner will not lease or otherwise permit the use of any or all or any portion of the mortgage property for rent that is below the fair market rent for such a property. So that in 2007 is a covenant to the lender. We're not going to rent any part of this property for below fair market rent.
And object is again as to characterization. The document speaks for itself.
So noted, overruled. Mr. Cohen, just before you
Yes.
move on, I just
Oh,
need the
sorry.
proper title of that document again, please.
Oh, yes, sorry, assignment of leases and rents. And this is dated August 2007.
Okay, and this is the document between the individual and the corporation.
So yeah, the corporation or assigner, Green Street Artists Corporation, and the individual is Jonas Beers, the assignee.
Yeah, and individual occupants. I
Well,
assume
this
there's one of these for
specifically-
each.
No,
There's
this
one of these for each
specifically is-
occupant.
Mr. Chairman, if I
Yes.
may, the assignment of leases and rents, as I understand it, is a financing document that is provided to a lender whereby someone who borrows money or acquires property says, I've borrowed money, and by the way, if I can't pay you then I agree to let you collect any money that I'm entitled to collect because you're not paying the loan that I gave you for the property. I'm not sure, at least unless there's some other explanation that needs to be provided, that this is a relevant document to the issue of the relationship between the individual shareholders and the cooperative ownership association. Perhaps Mr. Cohen can explain it, or Ms. Kessler can explain it.
Well,
If
in
I'm
this-
mistaken with my.
No, you're, Mr.
understanding,
Pincus, you're absolutely right. Mr. Pincus, you're absolutely right. This is a relationship between a lender. When money's loaned, some people pledge their stock certificates and their interests. And you're absolutely right. This is not what Mr. Cohen purports it to be.
Well, if I could point out what's in the actual document, Mr. Jonas Beers has an address of 5225 Green Street, unit number 17, which is in this very building, in the Green Street Artists Corporation building. So one might imply from that at the time in 2007, Mr. Jonas Beers was a member and tenant of this Green Street Artists Corporation, who is also acting in this case as the lender. More importantly, the corporation cannot give away rights to a lender that it does not actually exercise. So if the corporation has the right to collect rents, it can give them away to a lender. Otherwise, if it does not have the right to collect rents, then it cannot be assigning this for a $620,000 note, cannot be assigning those rights away.
Okay.
So that's the city's point.
And that's
Okay.
your opinion, but that's
Well,
not
Mr.
true.
Ms. Cusson, you will be able to argue later.
Okay, all right.
I want Mr. Cohen to complete his presentation.
Thank you. I just wanted to jump down now.
Oh,
to-
before, would you go back up to the signature page? I just want to see who executed the agreement.
Oh, yes. So it appears the then president, and I am assuming that this says treasurer, but treasurer. The name
Okay.
says Renee Robinson, and the name above that, Ifeanyi Uwo.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And scrolling down now to page 42 in the document, Inspector, if you could come back for a moment.
Inspector may need to say something in order for an image to appear.
Oh, sorry, I see the inspector there. Inspector.
Yes.
The highlighted stamp at the top of page 42, which is Exhibit C10 in the city's packet, is that also a stamp from the Department of Records recording a document?
Yes.
And is this a document that is recorded in the ordinary course of the department's business?
Yes.
And who is the person or entity that submits this type of document?
Should be the
For the record, again, I'm going to object. She has no knowledge of this document or what it's for. So.
Okay,
she
Ms.
doesn't-
Cusson, if you want to challenge that, you can do it on the
Okay.
cross-examination.
Okay, thank you.
Well, sorry, let me re-ask the question. This document, who submitted it to the Department of Records?
Will be the owner.
And per this, the document says assignment of rents. Per this first sentence of this document is the owner of the Green Street Artists Corporation.
Yes.
And just for the board and for the record, in this case, this is a July 2018 assignment of rents. It refers to Green Street as the grantor and First Trust Bank as the lender. And of course, the second sentence in the next paragraph, the grantor, Green Street, assigns, grants, and conveys to the lender, First Trust Bank, all right, title, and interest in and to rents from the following property, which I'll go to Rider A later, but it is 5221 Green Street. No, actually, no, it says it right here. The property is 5221 to 27 Green Street. And going down to page 43, unless and until the lender exercises its right to collect the rents, then the grantor may remain in possession and control and operate and manage the property and collect the rents. So that is as part of the covenant that Green Street Artists is giving to First Trust Bank. They're saying we maintain the possession and control and the ability to collect the rents until you exercise your right. And here you see it down here, the grantor's representations and warranties. Grantor is entitled to receive the rents free and clear of all rights, loans, liens, encumbrances, except as disclosed to the lender in writing. Sorry, just on page 48 in this document starts the definitions. And then immediately in the next page 49, the definition of rents says rents means all of the grantor's present and future rights, title, and interest in, to, and under any and present, all present, future leases. I'll skip ahead a little. To all rents, revenue, income, issues, royalties, bonuses, accounts receivable, cash, or security deposits from the property, and other payments and benefits derived or to be derived from such leases. So it's a very broad definition of what rents means, but they're talking about any income that can be received that the Green Street in this document up above has said we have a right to receive right here. Grantor is entitled to receive the rents. And with that, I will stop sharing my screen and I will present Inspector Tolbert for cross-examination.
Ms. Prisoner, you have cross?
Yes. Okay, Ms. Tolbert, let me get out my notes here. You indicated you were looking at a document. It's called an assignment of rents. Where did you get that document from?
It was in the exhibits.
I know, but where did you testify that that was a document that you obtained? Isn't that true?
I'm going to object. There was no testimony about her obtaining documents. And she pointed out that these documents are in the city's exhibits packet. And the city has amply pointed out that they are recorded with the Department of Records.
Okay. Did you check with the Department of Records to determine if the assignment of rents document was recorded there, Ms. Tolbert?
No, I get it from the stamp that is on the document.
Okay. So is the first time you saw this is when Mr. Cohen showed it to you?
For this property, yes.
Okay. And do you understand why this document was created?
Why was it created?
Yes.
No, only the owners would know that why it was created.
Okay. And do you know whether First Trust Bank made a loan to Green Street Artists Corporation pursuant to the terms of this agreement?
Objection as to foundation. We're talking about the documents. We're not talking about her personal knowledge of deals between parties that she's not a representative or employee of.
Well, she's identified the documents and she's testified about the contents. And now when I question her on what the document is, she doesn't seem to know what it is. And he's objecting to me asking her about it.
Well, because the document is a submission and by an admission of Green Street Artists Corporation. She doesn't need to have been personally there to accept what Green Street Artists Corporation is representing in recording it with the Department of Records.
Okay, Ms. Kozar, is it your concern that it may not be legitimate representation of the actual facts?
It's my concern that this is a lending document between a lender and the Green Street Artists Cooperative. It's a form agreement that banks require that requires them to assign, as you can see, royalties and profits and rents
Sure.
and all kinds of things.
Correct.
And they're trying to use this document to show that we collect rent, which is really improper.
Well,
this is a lending document. This
Sure.
is
I mean,
not.
and that should be your argument in your presentation, and we will accept it for what it's worth based on your presentation, of course.
Right. Okay. I'll leave it at that. I don't have any other questions. I really don't.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mrs. Cohen, you have any other witnesses?
I have nothing further for this witness. Thank you very much, Inspector. And I just have to move exhibits from the exhibits packet, C5, C6, C8, C9, and C10 into evidence. Those are the photographs from 2021 and 2022, and C8 through C10 are the 91, 2007, and 2018 collateral assignments of rents and leases.
Okay, thank you. So moved. Ms. Kushner?
I'd like to call, I do not object to those exhibits into evidence.
Thank you.
Okay, except for my exhibits, the objections that I've already put on the record, again, about these various assignments and the meaning thereof.
So noted.
Okay. But they are recorded. So I'm ready to proceed to call my witness, Steve Ford.
Mr. Ford, if you would unmute yourself.
Yes.
Mrs. Ford, will you raise your right hand so you may be sworn? Mrs. Ford, do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Ms. Kushner?
Okay, I'm trying to pull up my exhibit, so just bear with me for a minute here. Excuse me for a minute. Okay. Are you able to see my exhibit?
Yes, we see the list of
Okay.
files.
Okay, and I'm gonna pull this up here. What? Okay, I think I have it here now. Can you see my exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, and Mr. Ford, is Mr. Ford there?
Yes.
Okay, all right, Mr. Ford, will you please state your name for the record?
My name is Stephen Harrison Ford.
Okay, and what is your relationship to Green Street Artists Corporation?
I'm head of the finance committee, so the treasurer, and I serve on the board.
Okay, and would you please tell the board, what is Green Street Artists Corporation?
It's a nonprofit corporation, which owns a building.
Does the corporation own the building at 5221-27 Green Street?
Yes,
And you saw the deed earlier evidencing the ownership of the property. Is that correct? Did you see that?
I did.
And how many units are in the building?
There are 16 units currently.
And does the corporation rent out the units?
No,
Who occupies the units?
the shareholders of the corporation.
Okay, so are the units occupied by the members who own shares in the corporation?
Yes.
Do the members own the units?
No, they don't. The corporation owns the units.
But so the members own shares in the corporation, is that right?
Yes. Mhm.
Do the members, shareholders share expenses of operating the building?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And are the members required to occupy the units as their primary residence?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And are these members required, or is at least one member or one occupier of the unit required to be an artist?
Yes.
All right, I'd like you to take a look at what I put up on the screen here. This is the Exhibit 1. Can you tell me what this document is?
May I ask a question that with respect to an answer Mr. Ford just gave?
Sure.
Mr. Ford, when you say you pay a fee, are you paying a rental fee or are you paying something that might be akin to a carrying charge that is allocated by the board to cover the operating expenses of the building? I think you indicated your title is you're in charge of the finances for the board?
The finance committee chair, yes. I think it would be the latter. It's because we do share expenses, but we don't pay rent.
So you do pay a monthly charge, is that correct?
That's correct. And that goes to pay our mortgage and taxes and utilities, etc.
Would you call that a carrying charge?
I don't feel like I'm qualified to
All right, thank you.
know what to call that, but yes.
All right, sir, can you look at Exhibit 1 and tell us what that is?
That is the, what is that? That's the Articles of Incorporation for Green Street Artists Co-op.
Okay. And it is a nonprofit Pennsylvania corporation, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. All right, let's take a look at whoop. I'm going to pull up what we marked as Exhibit B. Can you see that document?
Not yet.
Okay, let me get it up here, hopefully. Can you see it now?
No.
Oh, here we go. Let's try this. Apologize. How about now?
Yes.
Okay.
Amended bylaws.
Yes. Okay, are these the bylaws for the Green Street Artists Corporation?
Yes, they are.
Okay, and I'm gonna go to page 7. All right, and on page 7, section 3.1, it indicates that the corporation is an artist cooperative, so membership is open solely to active artists who are pursuing a career in their chosen medium, who own shares of stock in the corporation and will have and maintain exclusive possession of a unit in the property owned by the corporation pursuant to a proprietary lease. Is that correct?
Correct.
And they have to occupy it as their primary residence. That's what the first sentence says?
It is, yes.
Okay. All right, now let's take a look at Exhibit 3. I'm going to pull that up in a second here.
Sorry, I want to zoom. Okay, well.
Okay, can you take a look at what I've put up as Exhibit 3? Can you tell me what that is?
That is a proprietary lease agreement.
Okay, and are all the shareholders required to sign the proprietary lease agreement?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to go to page 28 of that agreement. And I see there's a number of definitions there. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you tell us how does the occupancy agreement or the proprietary lease define member? If you take a look at subparagraph 21.
A member shall mean any individual who have acquired a stockholder interest in the corporation by virtue of shareholder ownership pursuant to his proprietary lease, and the terms member and shareholder and stockholder shall be synonymous.
Okay, and how does the document define membership certificate in subparagraph 22?
A membership certificate shall mean the certificate evidencing stock ownership by the member.
And how is membership interest defined in the document under subparagraph 23?
Membership interest shall mean the member's ownership stake in the corporation.
Finally, how does the agreement to define proprietary lease in subparagraph 28?
Proprietary lease shall mean the agreement and all amendments or modifications thereto executed and agreed to by the corporation and the member, giving the member the right to occupy, subject to the terms of such proprietary lease in a specified unit in the development.
So this document seems to be consistent with what you said earlier, that a member is the shareholder in a corporation with the right to occupy a specific unit. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is the corporation renting the unit to the member?
No,
Is the corporation collecting rent from the member?
no,
Is the corporation making any profit from these transactions?
no,
Is the corporation engaged at all in the leasing, selling, or buying of units for profit or otherwise?
no. We regulate the lease, the buying of units. We require that somebody buying into the corporation has to be an artist.
Okay. So, and if they want to say, as you call it, buying into the corporation, if they want to purchase stock or a membership certificate, is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. Does the board have to approve anyone that wants to purchase
Yes.
the stock membership?
Yes.
Okay. And or when someone purchases the stock membership or the membership certificate, do they have the right to transfer it or assign it?
No.
Well, what if they wanted to get out? Are you telling me that they can't
Oh,
sell their shares to anyone else?
they can sell their shares subject to approval of the board.
Okay. And you saw, I think you saw some lending, and one other question. Are there situations where someone who wants to purchase the stock borrows money to purchase that stock, and then you allow an assignment of the interest to a lender?
If I'm understanding you correctly, there are share loans. First Trust, which holds our mortgage, has said that they would accept stock certificates as collateral for a loan.
Okay. And then, so then the board would need to approve that assignment in order for the shareholder to get the loan?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you see the documents that were identified earlier? There appeared to be a loan. Let me just pull that up. There was an assignment of rents between Green Street Artists Cooperative and a lending institution. I think it was First Trust.
Yes.
Did you see that document?
Yes.
And how did it come about that? Why was that document created and recorded?
We refinanced the mortgage, which was previously held by one of our members, Jonas Byers. And we refinanced with First Trust because interest rates were very low and we saved a lot of money.
Okay, so as part of that transaction, did the corporation borrow money from First Trust?
Yes.
And did the corporation have to sign a note?
Yes.
Did they have to sign a mortgage?
Yes.
Did the bank require that you sign an assignment of rents?
I think so.
All right, well, there's an assignment of rents that was used by the city as an exhibit. And in that document, it says that rents are being assigned to the bank. It also says that royalties are being assigned to the bank. Does the corporation have any royalties?
Not that I know of.
It says that profits are being assigned to the bank. Does the corporation make any profits?
No, we don't.
Okay. It also says that bonuses and security deposits are assigned to the bank. Does the corporation have any bonuses?
No bonuses, and we don't hold security deposits.
Okay.
Ms. Christie, I have a question for Mr. Ford, if I may, as you're preparing. Mr. Ford, the refinance you just indicated was done to save money?
Yes.
What would you estimate to be the annual cost reduction in your financing when you did that?
Oh, that I don't know.
On
I
a
just
gross
know-
level for the building?
I'm sorry?
On a gross level, how much did your monthly mortgage payment change?
It probably didn't go down, but it didn't go up. So we were able to maintain our lower member fees.
You were anticipating an increase in your mortgage payments if you had not refinanced?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have
A final question.
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Well, just one moment,
let her finish.
yeah, just one moment. Let's Ms. Kushner give her next question, then I'll go to the board members. My apologies. Ms. Kushner?
Yeah, I'm just about done. My final question to you is the relationship between the corporation and its shareholder members, a landlord-tenant relationship.
No, it is not.
I'm sharing one more thing on the screen. I'm not sure if you can see it, board.
Not yet.
Okay, I'm getting it up here. See if I can get it up here.
Mr. Chair, I was trying to get clarity on that last exhibit that was placed on the board where it had said
okay.
monthly monetary requirements. That's the reason why I had stepped in.
Oh, sure. Okay, let's do this. Ms. Kuster can bring it up in a moment. When she finished this, and Ms. Kuster, would you go back to that previous document after you do this one?
Certainly will.
Yeah.
What I have up now is that the case that I referenced earlier to the board, the Philadelphia Tax Review Board versus Penn Center House Inc. It's a Commonwealth Court from 1984. And as I said to the board, I'd like the board to consider that and look at that. But the issue there was whether Penn Center House, which again is also a housing cooperative, a corporation that sells stock to its members who occupy these units. And the issue was whether they were subject to the mercantile license tax in Philadelphia. And I've highlighted a section, I don't know if you see it, if I put it up on the board. But the finding essentially found that persons living in the building are not engaged in a business, and the corporation is not engaged in the business of buying, selling, or leasing real estate. And I would submit to the board that analysis and that decision is binding here as well. This is a corporation that is not selling or leasing real estate. I'm not sure if you could just see that document that I put on the screen.
Yes.
If we could,
Okay.
if I could make a request that we save this for the closing, because this is more in the way of closing argument, not really asking Mr. Ford any questions.
Okay.
Understood. We will do that. Go back to this, Ms. Kuster. I do have, we have members of the board who have questions for you, your witness. Ms. Washington, you had a request that we go back to the previous document?
Yes, yes.
Yes, and I'm going to put that up, and hopefully I'm going to be able to get that up there quickly. There you go. I think you wanted to see the proprietary lease agreement.
Now I wanted to go down. I think it was 25.
Yeah, I think I was on page 28. Let me just see if I can get that. When we were looking at the definitions. Is this the page you want?
Yeah. Stop.
Okay.
Go back up a little bit where it says 25.
Okay.
Now you see right here, I'm trying to get clarity. What is monthly cash requirement? I'm trying to get clarity on what that is.
Okay. Mr. Ford, can you answer that?
Yes.
That would be the members' share of the corporation's expenses. So the member share of our mortgage payment, of our electricity bill, of our gas bill, of our real estate.
It never changes. The electric bill never changes.
Oh, sure, yeah. It goes up and down. Yeah, we're doing an audit at the moment. So members wanted a kind of a budget billing. So we took the expenses of the year and broke it down to 12 equal expenses to make it easier for people to budget.
Mr. Ford, why don't you at this point tell us how you set the total payment that a resident must pay based on the corporate expenses? How do you do that?
We have an annual budget, and that's the purview of the finance committee that I've served on for the last 10 years or so. And it has mortgage payments and trash collection and snow plowing and lawn mowing and everything else that it takes to run the corporation.
Is that at the end is that a break-even budget?
We have accounts that we build up for replacement reserves. Like we just replaced our windows after 25 years this past year, and we replaced our roof in the last 10 years. And so we any money that is beyond the immediate expenses gets put into accounts for those future expenses.
So it is not a break-even budget?
No.
Okay. And you put all reserve surpluses go into these various reserve accounts?
Correct.
As an accounting mechanism?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr.
Wait,
Tennant,
wait. I have noticed
Uh, yes.
I think the first exhibit that you had shown, it had the folks that was part of the corporation and it had the size of the, I'm gonna
list.
call it, yes,
that list, yeah.
that list. Yes. So I'm trying to figure out, how do you figure out the monthly cash requirement with all those different size rooms?
It's on a square footage basis. It's the proportionate share of the total expenses.
Based on the size of the unit?
Yes.
Okay.
So the unit I live in with my partner is number 11, and it's about 600 square feet. And I think that represents about 13% of the total square footage. And so I pay 13% of the mortgage expense and 13% of whatever else is deemed an expense passed on to members.
Okay.
No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tennant.
Yeah, I do. Mr. Ford, would that be considered the same as a maintenance fee?
You know, I'm not, I've heard of maintenance fees in relation to condos, but we're a cooperative, so I don't know.
But the
if it
fees
applies
from
or
what you're
not.
saying is applied for the upkeep and maintaining of the building and the unit, correct?
Correct. I mean, we
Okay, so
have a maintenance committee, and, you know, maintenance is snow plowing and lawn mowing and things
Right.
like that.
And those funds come out of the monthly cash requirement?
Yes.
Okay, so it's somewhat a maintenance fee.
If you say so, I just.
I'm asking you, I'm not saying I'm asking you, sir.
I don't know the definition of a maintenance fee, I guess is what I'm
Well,
trying
you
to
just described it to be the same as a monthly cash requirement. It does exactly the same thing.
Okay.
Another question is, what percentage of shares does each owner person hold?
What percentage, what? I'm sorry?
Of ownership. They're called, they have a share in it. What
Yes.
percentage of share? Which
Well,
each members, what's your percentage of your share in Green Street?
There's a list that comes out once a year because our property taxes are deductible as owners. And we're told what our percentage of the property tax is every year.
So every time the tax goes up, your share goes up or your cost goes up?
If I may, I don't think you're getting Mr. Tennant's question correctly.
Okay.
I think the question is, you said you may have 13% or so allocated to you based on your unit size. And he's asking, as your shareholder ownership, is your shareholder percentage akin to or equivalent to, at least I believe that's the question.
That's a good way to say it, Mr. Pincus.
Is
Yes,
your
sir.
shareholder percentage akin to, in a sense, the size of your unit? If you owned the whole floor, you might have 100 shares, but if you had shares representing 1/10 of the space on the floor, you'd have something as a percentage, but that percentage may equate to, in a sense, your percentage of the square footage that you own.
Okay, I understand
Not that
you now.
own, that
Sorry
you-
about that. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and this question, that particular share or the ownership, it can't be passed down to an heir of the property. If deceased, your heir doesn't have a right to it, correct?
Correct.
Just like an apartment or a condo, correct?
I don't know the laws about apartments and condos, yeah.
Actually,
just like, go ahead, Mr. Pincus, go ahead.
if I may, just in fairness to everyone, I represented a cooperative in the city of Philadelphia for approximately 20 years and had this issue come up in my capacity as counsel to that cooperative and argued this issue once before. My relationship with the condo ended before there was a final resolution. However, the issues that you're asking about are, in a condo, in a sense, you can pass on your interest because you own the actual unit you own it. There's a deed that's recorded for the unit. In the case of, if I understand correctly, a cooperative, which in some ways smells like, but isn't the same as a condominium, you own shares as if they're like shares in General Motors Corporation. And those shares, you can't, and your document that you sign with the association does not permit you to pass those on to an heir.
But Mr. Pincus, in a share of GE, I can give my share of GE shares down to my family. I can pass that down.
If I could try to redirect us back to questioning Mr. Ford, as interesting as I do find the differences between condos, co-ops, et cetera, that's not really what we're here to do today.
And
except Mr. Tennant.
Yeah, I do have a question.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure, and I'm sorry if I got everybody off track. This question could be for Mr. Cohen or Mr. Ford. How long did they have that previous rental license? I think that may be you, Mr. Ford. Mr. Cohen.
I believe the inspector testified to that and said that it expired at the end of February 2021. It is on the document that was entered as exhibit. Oh, I'm sorry, that rental license was not entered, but I can correct that later.
Yes, please enter.
And I believe we got that license in error.
Okay, well,
So
okay,
did
well,
they have
that's,
it previous years or just the 1 year? Or we're not sure.
I'm not sure.
Mr. Cohen?
Well, the license number is 467740. If anyone has worked for L&I in the past, that license number would not have been issued for the first time in 2020 or
Correct.
2021.
So it's been an old license that's been renewed and renewed. That's my point. Thank you, gentlemen.
okay. Mr. Ford, changes in the bylaws are, how do you make changes to your bylaws if you choose to?
We have a membership and policy committee, and they make proposals to the board, and then the board has to submit those changes to the membership for a vote. We have
Okay,
an annual meeting.
and is it by majority vote that would approve a change?
Yes,
Okay, so the bylaws could be changed to permit the occupancy of non-shareholders. Is that correct?
it could, but that's not in the spirit of
Well,
what
but
okay.
it said it could be. There's no legal prohibition.
I don't know if there's a legal prohibition or not.
Okay,
But yes, I think the board has the power to change the bylaws, subject to a member approval.
okay. Mr. Pincus, you had a question?
I do. If you have a monthly fee that you pay and all shareholders are required to pay, if that monthly fee isn't paid, would you initiate legal action to evict that individual? Or is it an action that you would bring to collect for non-payment of the carrying charge? I'm asking whether, in a sense, making a distinction, because in a landlord-tenant relationship, it's my understanding that the landlord, when it's not being paid the rent, brings an eviction action. And in a cooperative matter, an eviction isn't really appropriate. How do you go about, I'm sure you've had someone not pay their monthly charge from time to time.
Correct. And we try to work with them and get them caught up, but we have tried to go to landlord-tenant court, and it didn't work because we weren't a landlord, we were owners. And so we have to eject and foreclose, I think is the term, and take back possession of the unit.
Okay,
And actually, members of the board, I think we're actually getting onto topics that I wanted to cover in my cross-examination anyway.
okay, please go ahead and
I've-
proceed. Well, I just want to make sure Ms. Kuster has completed her examination. We probably got a little off track here, so I apologize. Ms. Kuster, have you completed your examination, Mr. Ford?
I did complete it, but I just had one other question based on the questions that were asked. I think there was a question that whether they collect additional monies, for maintenance and future expenses. And I think the answer was yes, but is the corporation, is it engaged in the business of making money or making a profit, or is it a nonprofit corporation?
It's a nonprofit corporation, and no, we don't make a profit. Any
Okay,
money
so-
that comes in is used for the benefit of the corporation.
Okay, and that's what I have. All right, so I'm finished. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Cohen, you have cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. And thank you very much, Mr. Ford, for being here and for filling in at the last minute.
Mhm.
And actually, if I can share my screen, I have a copy of exhibits 2 and 3 that I've actually done some highlighting on. So just to clarify, Mr. Ford, do you see the November 2021 bylaws or amended bylaws on the screen?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm scrolling down to Article 3 under membership. Do you see where it says membership is open solely to active artists who will have and maintain exclusive possession of a unit pursuant to a proprietary lease? Is that correct?
Yes.
And I think you testified every member of the corporation has a lease for a physical unit at 5221 through 27 Green Street. Is that correct?
The proprietary lease is our right to occupy the unit. Yes.
Thank you. I apologize. Here we go. Under section 3.12, membership and bylaws, do you see where it says, upon a member completely acquiring the membership certificate in the corporation, the member shall be entitled to occupy for residential and artistic purposes the respective unit designated at the development subject to a proprietary lease. Is that what you see?
Yes.
And so basically that means that once you have acquired your membership certificate in the corporation, you can occupy the unit and you've got your proprietary lease. Is that correct?
Yes.
And down here where I've highlighted, the obligations of the member for payment of expenses of the corporation shall be deemed to be an occupancy obligation. Do you see that?
Yes.
And along with late fees, additional charges, and they're due and payable as required in these bylaws and in the proprietary lease. Do you see that?
Yes.
So basically your payment to the corporation is a requirement of you occupying that unit, correct?
It is a requirement that you pay your portion of the corporate expenses. Yes. And it's a requirement that you live in the unit as your primary residence.
If you don't mind, I'm going to go down now to Exhibit 3 on its, well, I have it as page 36, but it's the TOC, the table of contents for the proprietary lease agreement. You can see the proprietary lease 2021 sample right here. Article 1 is called the monthly cash requirement and charges, correct?
Yes.
And scrolling down here. So the lease is entered into between Green Street and whatever the member's name is, correct?
Yes.
And as part of that, on page 39 here, commencing at the time indicated, the member agrees to pay to the corporation that monthly sum that you call it the monthly cash requirement. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that monthly cash requirement is paid in advance on the first day of each month, correct?
Yes.
But you don't call it rent.
Correct.
And here, page 41 under, sorry, Article 2, 2.2, the member shall pay the monthly cash requirement and any charges due to the corporation. And if the member shall fail to pay any installment of the monthly cash requirement 10 days from the date when it's due, meaning the first of the month, the member shall pay a $25 late fee. Is that correct?
Correct.
So if you don't pay it within 10 days of the first of the month, there's a $25 late fee, but you don't call that rent.
I don't, no.
Now scrolling down quite a ways, I apologize. Here we go. Article 17 on page 52, default and remedies, 17.1. Upon occurrence of any of the events specified in 17.2 below, the corporation may give to the member a notice that this agreement will terminate. And getting down in sort of the 17.1 to near the bottom here, it shall be lawful for the corporation to exercise all available rights and remedies, including but not limited to a proceeding at law or in equity or by other proceedings, which may apply to the eviction of tenants. And you see where it says eviction of tenants?
Yes, I do.
So if the member is in default, the corporation is allowed to initiate a proceeding in law and equity to evict them.
Yes.
And then 17.2, the first item under any one or more of the following events shall constitute an event of default. The first item is non-payment of the monthly cash requirement, correct?
Yes.
So if a member does not pay their monthly cash requirement, they can be evicted, but you don't call it rent.
But we don't have the availability to go to landlord tenant court. We've been kicked out of that as an inappropriate place.
But you're also aware of the requirement in landlord tenant court that you need to have a rental license before you can proceed with the landlord tenant action. Are you aware of that requirement?
I was not aware of that. I just know that we couldn't make use of it.
But you have made use of other proceedings in law or in equity to evict, eject, or otherwise remove members from units, correct?
For failing to pay their fees, yes.
Thank you very, very much. I have no further questions at this time.
Okay. Are there any additional questions of Mr. Ford?
I just have a couple questions. Mr. Ford, just so we're clear, can you describe the remedies that you use when someone doesn't pay their monthly cash requirement, or whatever the term we're using for the contribution to the monthly corporate expenses? What remedies have been successful, and what remedies do you use?
Well, first we go to the member and try to work out a payment plan. Especially during COVID, people lost jobs and times were tough. So some people fell behind, but in every case, they've caught up. We've had to go the legal route to eject members who just refuse to pay. And it ends up that we sue them and they sue us, and we settle out of court. Everybody pays their own fees. And the corporation ends up buying the unit buying the share from the member and then selling it to a new member.
Okay, but you haven't ever gone to landlord tenant court to successfully evict an occupant, have you?
We've been thrown out of landlord tenant court.
Was it because you didn't have a license, or was it for another reason?
We were just told it was an inappropriate venue for our corporation.
Ms. Custer, I do have, Mr. Ford was not responsive to the first part of your question. You asked him, have you ever gone to landlord tenant court? He didn't respond to that portion of your question.
I believe we have, and we were thrown out of landlord tenant court.
So you've never been successful in landlord tenant court?
Correct.
Okay.
And we were told that you were improperly there. Is that what you said?
That we were, it was not the appropriate venue for us. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else? If not,
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
How are real estate taxes paid for the property? Mr. Ford, do you pay real estate taxes?
Yes, we do.
Is it paid by the corporation, or is it paid by you?
It's paid by the corporation.
Do you get the benefit of any homestead exemption that may be afforded by the city?
I get the benefit. Any benefit comes proportionate to my share of the total corporation.
So it's somewhat akin to a condominium unit owner who may also get a homestead exemption on the payment of real estate taxes. You are the beneficiary based on the square footage of your unit of the homestead exemption that's given to city property owners. Is that correct?
I think so, yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
Mr. Ford, in reference to Mr. Pinkett's question about homestead, did you have to file individually for your homestead, such as
No.
homeowner would, or the corporation did?
The corporation did, and the city considers us owners, so we get the homestead exemption.
So the homestead exemption is applied for 16 individual units there, correct?
believe there's a special process for cooperatives.
You believe or you're sure?
Um,
There is.
yes.
There is.
There
Yes.
is. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, if there's no further questions from anyone and no redirect from either council, we will then go to closing arguments. Ms. Kushner, I'd like you to start and have Mr. Cohen complete.
If we
Yes, sir.
can, before closing arguments, can I
Yes.
please move Exhibit C4, which is the
Oh, okay.
June 2020 rental license? I'd like to move that into evidence.
Okay, so moved. But I just need a clarification, Mr. Cohen. Is it the assertion of the city that the rental license that was represented had been in place for several years prior to the dates on the license? Or is that not clear?
The inspector didn't testify to multiple years, but I believe you can infer from the number of the rental license starting with a 4 and being a 6-digit number that it was issued several years prior. You can also infer that from the date on which it expired, I think the end of February 2021, because it was obtained in June of 2020. So if it was obtained for the first time in that year, it would have expired in June of 2021.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, thank you. All right, then, Ms. Kushner, I'd like you to proceed with your closing statement, and Mr. Cohen, if you'd follow up with that. Thank you.
And just with respect to the license, there was testimony that was obtained in error, and there really is no clear evidence as to how long they had it or when they obtained it in error, but I'd like to point that out. But again, our position here is that the Green Street Artists Cooperative, again, is a nonprofit corporation. The people that live there have purchased shares in this corporation. They, as a part of owning those shares, like stock in a corporation, it's called a membership ownership interest, they're allowed to occupy a portion of the premises, a unit, and they share in the expenses of the corporation. They don't own the unit outright. They don't get a deed like a co-op, or I'm sorry, like a condominium. Condominium unit owners get a deed to their property and it's recorded and they're the owners. This building is owned. You saw the deed, it's owned by the cooperative. The members are the shareholders. They have a right to occupy it, but they do not pay rent. They do not, the corporation is not leasing the unit to the occupants. There's no leasing or rental agreement. I know there's a document called proprietary lease. Okay, just because that word's there doesn't make it a landlord-tenant relationship, which I think is what the city's trying to argue, is because it says lease that this is a landlord-tenant relationship. It's not. I want the board to focus on the real relationship here. They may have a proprietary lease, which is defined in the documents as the right to occupy the unit as a shareholder. They're not engaged in the business of leasing, as I said to you before. The Philadelphia Property Maintenance Code 93902 that requires licenses, requires that owners must obtain, when they let for occupancy, they must obtain a license. There's no evidence that they're letting anything for occupancy or leasing the property to these people. These people are owners. And if you look at 9-3902, B, little I, it says, and I read it, this is a quote, a rental license is not required for any dwelling unit that is occupied by the owner. Okay, these are owner occupied units. And I would finally say that it's not a landlord-tenant relationship, and I would ask the board to take a look at the case that I pointed out to you, which I think is very pertinent, and that would be the Philadelphia Tax Review Board versus Penn Center House, Inc., and that citation is 473 A. 2nd 204. It's a 1984 case where they were trying to force a Penn Center House, Inc., again, another housing cooperative, to pay mercantile license tax. And the argument there that they made was that we're a housing cooperative. We are owner occupied. We are not engaged in the business of leasing or buying or selling or making a profit. And the Commonwealth Court expressly states and finds, and I'm going to read this again, that the persons living in the building are not engaged in the business. And this is, I think, the most important, the corporation is not engaged in the business of buying, selling, or leasing real estate. We're not leasing real estate. Again, there's owner occupied. We don't need a rental license. We don't have tenants. We don't evict people. These are owners. They're sharing in ownership in a corporation. And as part of that benefit, they get to occupy the building. And so we do not believe that this applies to us. And although they might have mistakenly got a license in the past, they're not required to. The law doesn't apply to this entity. They're a nonprofit housing cooperative, not leasing to tenants. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cohen.
As Ms. Kestner said, she says the law doesn't apply to this entity. I was under the impression that the law applied to everyone. And let's bring up that law. I'm going to share my screen again. I've pulled up under 93901, the definition of let for occupancy, because as we know, any unit, any dwelling unit in the city that is let for occupancy must have a rental license. So what are we talking about here? To permit, provide, or offer possession or occupancy pursuant to a written or unwritten lease, agreement, or license. And that's what this is. They have units in this building, and they are allowing occupancy of those units pursuant to what they call a proprietary lease, which, even if you disagree with the word lease, it is definitely a written agreement. We saw the written agreement. We went through the provisions of the written agreement, including they must pay monthly charges. Those monthly charges are due on the first of every month, or there will be late fees. Or if you don't pay your monthly charges, you can be evicted or ejected or removed or whatever you want to call it. It is a lease and rent by any other name. And therein lies the problem here. Because and I applaud the Green Street Artists Corporation for their goal, their nonprofit goal. I think supporting the arts is very important, but that's not what we're talking about here. What we're talking about here is potentially creating a loophole, an exploitable, repeatable loophole. So what the Green Street Artists Corporation is asking the board to do is to ignore what the plain meaning of the word rent is, what the plain meaning of let for occupancy is per this definition, and carve out an exception for them that can then be exploited by other landlords. All you need to do is reorganize yourself, nonprofit or profit, whatever corporation, and just make sure that you call your tenants members and make sure that they have to pay you monthly charges instead of rent. And you make sure that if you use the proper words in a proper order, that somehow magically this provision for let for occupancy does not apply to you. That's what they're asking this board to do. And the problem there is that that is repeatable, exploitable, that will essentially blow a hole in the rental license requirement. So why does the city even make laws in the first place? Why does it institute these laws? And instead of saying, if you pay rent, you need a rental license, it specifically says, if you provide occupancy pursuant to an agreement, you need a rental license. Why do we even have those words in the statute at all? Obviously, the point I'm trying to make here is the board should reject this attempt to carve out a loophole because it can be exploited not just by a nonprofit corporation that I don't think has any evil motive. They may have a perfectly sound motive to save the corporation some money, but that's not where it's going to stop. It's going to continue with tons of savvy landlords, for-profit landlords, reorganizing themselves and trying to take advantage of this loophole and causing havoc in the city's rental licensing scheme. Now, I'd also like to take a moment to take a look at that 1984 case that Ms. Kestner had mentioned. Incidentally, a matter of historical import. The law that was at issue in this 1984 decision was actually repealed in 1984. Here we have the issue presented in this appeal is whether there's an error of law, blah, 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 in determining whether carrying charges paid by member tenants are subject to the Philadelphia Mercantile License Tax. That's a specific tax under section 19-1003. Again, that has since been repealed. but that tax applied to every person engaging in the following businesses in the city. And as part of that definition of business, it's the carrying on or exercising for gain or profit of any trade, business, profession, vocation, making sales to persons, manufacturing, commercial or finance activity, service or business, et cetera, et cetera. So that is a very specific definition that does not apply here. It's also for a very specific tax that does not apply here and has since been repealed. That's not what we're talking about here. What we're talking about here is if you have a unit for let, do you need a rental license for that unit? And does the law that is currently on the books, that is currently written in 2022 or 2023, excuse me, does that law say that you need a rental license if you have a written or unwritten agreement for possession or occupancy? Not that you're engaging in business, it's an agreement for possession or occupancy. That's why this 1984 case does not apply here. It's completely inapplicable.
Okay.
So I would urge the board to please find city affirmed so that we avoid creating this loophole and that we can keep our rental licensing scheme intact.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to ask the board to join me in executive session in the breakout room, and we will go off the record for 5 minutes. And it's now, according to my clock, 4:21. We will return at 4:26. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. And board, please. I'm not sure who this Rodney Bradley is, but sir, we're in the middle of hearing a case. Sir, I'm in the middle of hearing a case. And so we're going to go into the breakout room and we'll return at 4:26. Thank you so much. And Mr. Wade, please pay attention if one of us gets dropped by mistake, bring us back in. Okay, thank you. We are now prepared to call the roll and to vote regarding HA-2021-004438 Green Street Artists Corporation, 5221-27 Green Street. Appeal sustained.
Appeal sustained.
Appeal sustained.
Ms. Penn?
Yes.
Lieutenant.
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Tennant,
Appeal
appeal.
sustained.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Tennant confirmed. City confirmed.
Oh, okay, wait a minute. Mr. Tennant, your vote is city confirmed?
City affirmed, yes.
City affirmed, okay. All right, and we have one last vote, Mr. Washington.
I vote is appeal sustained.
Appeal sustained.
Can you hear me?
I heard you, Jen. Thank you so much.
Okay.
There's a majority vote, appeal sustained. Okay, thank you very much, both counsel. We appreciate your arguments. You made it really hard for us to make a decision on this, but thank you so much.
All right, thank
Okay.
you.
Okay,
Thank you, members of the
Great.
board.
Have a good
And
day.
I believe I have no further matters before the board. May I please be excused?
have a good afternoon. Thank you so
All right,
much.
thank you, you too. Bye-bye.
Okay, let's move on to the next matter.
That brings us back to case number 20.
Okay, Lamar Jones, okay.
Case number 20, hearing appeal number HA 2022-000490, Lamar Johns, 1952 North Krosky Street.
Okay, was that Mr. Johns, was that him attempting to say something earlier before we went into breakout session?
No, it wasn't.
Okay, all right, Ms. Davis, any, no one's responding, so what's your preference?
Mr. Johns is now back.
Yeah,
back.
Mr. Johns is back. But with regards to this issue, there is a threshold matter that I would like to address regarding timeliness of this petition.
Okay,
Yes.
let's get Mr. Lamar Jones on, and then we'll hear you, Ms. Davis.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Lamar Jones, are you muted? Because I don't, is that Stacy Jones? That isn't Mr. Lamar Jones, is it?
No, it's
No.
not.
Mr. I don't see him.
So there's a phone here and there's another screen. They were just speaking before you all came out, so.
I was speaking with Lamar Johns and his father approximately 2 minutes ago.
Okay.
I see him on the screen. I see Lamar Johns. I don't see him. I see a phone on the bottom right. There it is.
There he is.
Hello,
Hello.
Mr. Lamar Johns.
Hello.
Yes.
No, my son had to go to work. I'm his dad.
Okay.
My son was here all this time waiting for y'all, all this time from 1:15. He had to go to work. So it was nothing I could do. I sat on here, and when y'all called our name, we were trying to speak. Y'all said, well, we'll push it off till later on. But the whole time we trying to talk, the phone wouldn't let us talk.
Okay. Mr. Johns, only the person who is the appellant can represent
Right.
himself unless he has.
respect that.
Wait,
So
well, Mr.
It's not our fault. We asked for
Excuse me, sir.
continuance.
Excuse me,
There's
sir.
no way that we. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, the only way we can do this is only one person speaks at a time. Okay.
Okay.
What I'm
but
trying to
you're
do
not
is
the ball. Know that.
okay. The appellant, Mr. Wade, would you read the case in, please? And then we'll see what we do.
Excuse me,
my
Mr.
son,
Chair, I have
like-
two Lamar Johns on my screen.
Yes, we do. And
Okay.
we're going to fix that in a minute. Mr. Wade, read that in, please.
Case number 20, hearing appeal number 2022-000-490, Lamar Johns, 1952 North Krosky Street.
Okay. And Mr. Lamar Johns is not present, but Mr. Johns' father is present. Is that the Is
Yeah.
that the case?
Yeah.
Sir, what is
Yeah.
your name?
Mr.
Eric
Johns
Johns.
was just on this hearing. and he's
Yeah,
still
if I
listed.
may, it looks, if the actual Mr. Johnson is able to speak, because it looks like he's trying to speak.
He's not here. He had to go to work. That's what
Okay,
I'm trying
sir.
to explain. Or he waited. My
Well,
son
would
was
you-
here, and he
Okay.
waited and waited and waited. And when y'all called his name, y'all didn't hear him.
Okay.
He was here. We heard everything y'all said.
Okay.
Y'all
Well,
didn't
we hear you
come
now.
out. Y'all need to fix. You shouldn't even be on Zoom. Why you can't have an in-person hearing?
Mr. Johns, I'm not sure of your name, sir. Would you tell us your name so we know who we're speaking with?
Eric Johns. I'm
Eric Johns. Okay. Eric, are you an owner of the property in question?
That's my son's property. I bought the property for my son.
You didn't answer my question, sir. Is your name on
I
the
said
deed?
no.
No. Okay. Now, this is what we're going to do because we can only hear from the attorney representing the owner or the owner himself.
Okay,
Ms.
no problem.
Davis, you have an issue with terms of timeliness, okay? Ms. Davis is the attorney representing the city, and there's a problem before we decide how to deal with this matter. Ms. Davis, do you have an issue with timeliness?
Yes, I do, board. The violation notice that was issued with regards to this property on September 22nd, 2021, the appellant had until October 22nd, 2021 to file his appeal based upon the date on this. Based
But
upon
he didn't no mail. The mail was
Mr. Johns, you cannot interrupt when someone's speaking, okay? Or else I'll dismiss the thing offhand. You understand me? Unmute him. I need him to respond. Mr. Johns, you cannot interrupt, or else we will not be able to complete this
I won't
proceeding.
interrupt you. I apologize.
Ms. Davis, would you complete your statement, please?
Yes, based upon the initial violation notice, the appellant had until October 22nd to file their appeal. The date on the appeal is listed sometime in December 2021. I can't tell if that's a 15 or 18. Nonetheless, it is after the appeal period. In addition to the stamp on the appeal states that the appeal was received January 24th, 2022. Nonetheless,
Okay.
both dates demonstrate that the appeal is untimely.
Okay. Okay. Alrighty. And so this is an issue of timeliness, and Mr. Johns, Lamar Johns, is not present because he had to go to work. One thing, I'll just say this, Mr. Johns Sr., we can't hear this case today. One, you can't represent your son. That's not legally possible. Two, there's the issue of timeliness, and he can argue what I ask you to do. I'm going to continue this. I will want him to put in a request for a late appeal, but we aren't going to hear this matter. And actually, you know what, Ms. Davis, I think I'm going to make a change. I'm going to correct my statement. Okay. The board does not have the authority to hear this matter because it's untimely filed. That's going to be the decision of the board, and Mr. Johns can submit a request if he chooses for a rehearing of this matter. But at the moment, that's the decision of the board. because it wasn't
Yeah,
filed time.
It's funny that you
But
put stuff
listen to
like
me,
that out
Mr.
of-
Johns. Mr. Johns, I'm still
That's
speaking.
don't make no sense. So
But
you're
you
not
still- I'm
God.
still
Who do you
speaking, Mr.
think you
Johns.
are?
I'm still speaking. So that's what we're going to do. Mr. McSherry, do we need a confirming vote from every board member, or just the chair is authorized?
I would put it to a vote.
Okay. What I'm proposing for HA-2022-000490 Lamar Johns at 1952 North Cross Street is that this matter be dismissed because it wasn't timely filed. And should he choose to refile, he can make a request for a rehearing. But we won't.
You'll be doing that today. Don't worry about that.
And so I need to hear from each board member whether you confer the chair's decision.
Are we acting to affirm the city or to dismiss the appeal because it was untimely?
Dismiss the appeal because it's untimely filed.
I agree to dismiss the appeal as being untimely. Certainly, the appellant can ask for reconsideration, but I agree to dismiss it as untimely.
I concur with the chairman.
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 Thank you very much. Mr. Johns, if you can hear me, please share that information with Mr. Lamar Johns that we're inviting him to apply and ask for reconsideration. But at the moment, it was not filed in a timely fashion. And it's unfortunate that he had to go to work, but these hearings last as long as we have to. The individuals who were here all have to be heard, and we have 40+ cases today. And so unfortunately, that's the way things are. Ms. Davis, anything else?
Yeah, and if I also want to, if I can also place on the record, the address that is listed on the appeal form is the same address that is listed on the initial notice of violation.
Okay, thank you. So we'll suggest that that's the mailing address for the appellant.
That is correct.
All right, thank you very much. Let's move on to the next matter.
Will a vote sheet be needed for that case?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
That brings us to case number 24, hearing appeal number HA 2022-000072, Jose Serrano, 442 East Eleanor Street.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Good
Hello?
afternoon, Dejanay Davis on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, Ms. Davis, good afternoon. And who's representing Mr. Jose Serrano?
Myself, Jose Serrano.
Okay. Mr. Serrano, your name on the image says Lamar Johns, though. Why is that?
I'm sorry, Lamar Johns. What do you mean?
Okay. Well, hold on one second. Do we have a technical issue here?
Looks like it was corrected, Mr. Chair.
Corrected, yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Mr. Serrano, are you the sole owner of the property on Eleanor Street?
Correct.
No one else's name is on the deed besides yours?
Correct.
Okay, should be sworn. Did you swear affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Are you in the vehicle, sir?
Yes, sir. I'm in a
Are
job
you-
site.
Are you parking? Are you parked
Yes,
in a
of
safe
course.
place?
Of course,
Okay.
sir.
Okay. All right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
All right. Ms. Davis, would you
Yes,
please
at
proceed?
this time, the city would like to call Inspector Smith.
Yes, right here.
Okay. Ms. Smith, would you raise your right hand so that you can be sworn? Do you swear affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes, it is the truth.
All right. Thank you.
Good
Please proceed.
afternoon, Inspector Smith. Could you please just briefly introduce yourself to the board?
Sure, I'm Inspector Smith, license and inspection. I'm at the North District.
And how long have you been employed with the Department of License and Inspection?
Almost 10 years.
And can you describe some of your primary duties with the department?
Basically, we get our work through our computer. Someone makes a complaint, and it's assigned to whoever has that area. And we go out to inspect it if it's a complaint, and then we go out to do a re-inspection if necessary.
And are you familiar with the property located at 442 East Eleanor Street?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with that property?
I actually got a complaint for it, and I had to go out and inspect it. And the people that lived there that were tenants, they let me in to see their interior problems, and then also could see the outside that they were also complaining about.
And did you also get the opportunity to review LNI's records and public records regarding this property?
Yes, I did.
And would you recognize some of those documents if I were to show you right now?
Yes, I would.
Permission to share my screen board?
Yes, please.
Inspector Smith, can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Board members, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Let the record reflect that I'm showing, well, scrolling down to show Inspector Smith what has been previously marked as City's Exhibit C2. Inspector Smith, do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the notice of violation that's actually sent to the owner of the property.
And were these the violations that you wrote up to send to the owner?
Yes, they are. I have reviewed them earlier. Yes.
And can you explain to the board, based upon this initial inspection, what was found at the property located at 442 East Eleanor Street?
Sure. And the first one was that it was in a basement bathroom, and they had pipes that were leaking on the floor and on the walls.
And can you describe the violations here that were cited?
There were pipes that were coming from the washer and the dryer, and they were also leaking. This was also in the basement.
Okay. And when you conducted this inspection, did you take any photos?
I did take photos. One of the visits that I went back to, the pictures were not attached to it.
So I'm scrolling down to what has been previously marked as City's Exhibit C6. I'm going to have to zoom out here a little bit. I think so. Not that much. My apologies.
Sorry.
It's been a long day. Technical difficulties will happen.
That's true.
Okay, I am trying, and I'm attempting to try to show this photo. Do you recognize this photo, Inspector?
Yes, that's where the wall was out around the bathroom.
This is the first photo of C6 that I'm showing you. I'm now showing you the second photo of C6. Do you recognize this photo?
That's the exterior front porch. It has damage in the ceiling.
And I'm now scrolling down to this third photo of Exhibit C6. Do you recognize this?
That's someplace in the basement where the walls were leaking.
Okay. Scrolling down to photo 4 of C6. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, that looks like that's in the bathroom they have in the basement where the water had leaked.
In this photo?
That's just another side of the ceiling on the exterior front porch that had problems.
Okay. In this photo here?
The bathroom, that's in the bathroom around the shower.
Can you describe this photo that we're looking at right here to the board?
Yes, there's a pipe that's coming out of the wall. I don't know why he had the pipe there. I didn't speak with him about it, the owner, at all. And the wall is damaged also. And I don't know if they damaged the wall to get the pipe to come through, but the problem here is that that's the front door. And when they come out, that's a tripping hazard.
And you're referring to this pipe right here next to this green vase?
Yes.
On the porch?
Yes.
And what are we looking at right here?
That's the bathroom corner of in front of the shower that was damaged by water outside the shower.
Okay. Now I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Inspector Smith, when was the last time you inspected this property?
I went there today. I did not have to go in because all of those were complied, but the exterior pictures I took, and Nothing was complied. The wall actually, I'm sorry, the wall outside around the piping was closed up, but the piping is still there and the ceiling is still damaged.
I'm going to share my screen one more time. Let the record reflect that I'm showing Inspector Smith what has been previously marked as City's Exhibit 7. Inspector Smith, is this what you were referring to in terms of the wall on the porch?
Yes.
And this pipe, that is also what you're referring to?
Yes.
Now, you say you also inspected this property this morning, but can you also state the date in which this photo was taken?
Oh, I see that. I don't, it should be correct. I mean, I'm trying to say that date isn't correct. That's I went there today. Maybe it wasn't correct on my phone. I don't know. It was, just off. But I actually went today.
But as of today, January 3rd, 2023, this is the current condition of the property.
Yes, that is.
And I'm going to scroll down to the second photo in Exhibit C6. What are we looking at here?
That's the exterior porch. That's the ceiling. It was not repaired.
Going to stop sharing. Now, Inspector Smith, based on your most recent inspection of this property, were there violations that were complied?
Yes.
But based upon your most recent inspection, does the property still remain out of compliance?
Yes.
No further questions for Inspector Smith.
Inspector Smith, were the interior violations complied?
The interior were complied on November the 10th of last year.
You inspected it and determined that, or did someone else inspect it?
I actually inspected it.
Okay. Okay, let me see, if the owner, Mrs. Serrano, do you have any questions for the inspector based on her testimony?
Yes, I do. Everything is fixed up. The pipe downstairs, what happened, the cast iron was cracked. So that got
Mrs. Serrano, Mrs. Serrano, you misunderstand me. Do you have any questions of Ms. Smith? If you don't,
Okay,
you
Ms.
can then
Smith,
tell
yes,
us.
I do. The pipe that is on the porch, that was there when the house was built. So that drainer is from the drainer from the roof that goes down to the basement. So
What's
that
your
pipe is
question?
always there.
What is your question though?
That's all, sir.
Okay, all right. So you didn't have a question of her. Okay, so the cross isn't necessary. Ms. Davis, do you have any further witnesses?
No, I do not.
Okay, Mrs. Serrano, now tell us your understanding of why the violations, the exterior violations have not been repaired.
It have been repaired, sir.
Well, the exterior one and the roof still appear to be open.
The
You
roof?
repaired the roof? Yeah.
Yes, I repaired the roof, and
When did
that
you do-
wasn't, the ceiling was not it's not damaged or rotted or anything. It just stained. That's it. I could easily put paint kilt on it and it will remove the stain.
It looks like rotted wood.
No, yeah, I understand it looks like, but it's not. I seen it and I touched it, and you could literally poke on it and it's still good.
Okay, and why wasn't the pipe moved to a safer repositioned?
Because the pipe that's on the floor is the drainer that goes from the roof down to the sewer. So to do that, you cannot do it because it was like that when the house was made. You need a spout for the water to come down, and that's the only way they'll come down from there. That was there when I bought the house.
Okay, did you have a licensed plumber or a roofer look at the condition for you?
A roofer, yes, sir.
And there was no way to, because it is currently
Correct.
situated, it's a tripping hazard.
It's not that out there a lot you could trip over and you cannot see it. It's noticeable and everything. It's near the wall. It's about maybe 10 inches or 6 inches away from the wall. So
That's
it's not
a tripping hazard.
It's not in the middle of the steps. I mean, I cannot do nothing about that. That's how the roofer said. And he replaced it with PVC because it was the first one was rotted.
Any other questions of Mr. Serrano?
No, not right now.
Any board members have any questions?
I do have a question. I just, the outside repairs, it appeared that there was exterior wall next to the stones that was also defective or chipped or something. Was that repaired? Could you show us again the picture, council, of the
Yes.
conditions that were observed today?
Yes, sir, that was repaired. And you see the before picture, you can see the whole pipe,
Yeah, I see that.
the big pole. Yeah, that's repaired.
I don't understand why you couldn't go paint the ceiling, but that's the answer is
I
you
mean,
did.
I have to actually go back if you want and paint it, or
Yes.
have it painted.
Well, that's the whole idea of violations, for you to comply. And if you haven't done it, that means you haven't complied.
Well, I had complied everything else but the ceiling.
But
I
isn't
apologize,
sufficient.
though.
You
I
got to
did
do
not
all
think-
of it.
You're right. I apologize.
Okay, anything else from anyone?
Could I say something, Mr. Board?
Well, Ms. Smith, only if your attorney allows you to say you are her witness. Ms. Davis?
Inspector, if you think that it will add to the matter at hand, you are permitted to speak.
Okay, thank you. I want to say that the picture shows just a little bit, but where that pipe is, it's more like 6 inches from taking the first step down to go towards the sidewalk, and there's about 4 steps there.
Okay. All right, thank you. If there's nothing else,
Yeah,
Ms.
I have a
Davis?
question, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Chair.
Please.
For Mr. Serrano. Cutting off that pipe on the side and at the floor, is that going to interrupt a flow of water somewhere?
Correct, because that pipe is coming from the roof. So the roof have about maybe a 3 to 2 inches hole for when the roof is when it rains, the water goes straight down there and it goes straight to the sewer to the street. So if I cut that pipe, let's say I cut it, and you would have a loose pipe there, and all the water would be in the porch, going down the steps, and you would have concrete damage in the long run.
So couldn't you cut that pipe along the wall right at the base and then run that pipe underneath and just and close it, put a cap on it to the side?
To do that, I have to break the whole porch, concrete and everything, and remove that pipe that's under the concrete towards the wall side. And to do that, I have to go all the way down to the basement to
Okay,
remove the whole
so-
pipe. And to remove that pipe, you're gonna need room on the left side towards the wall, and you don't have no room to remove it or to add or anything. It's just go straight down.
So you would prefer to leave it there and someone come to visit the tenant and on their way out, trip and fall and sue you?
I understand your part, but it haven't happened, and they've seen it. But the only thing I could really do, but it's also going to be damage on the neighbor side and on the concrete. Like if I cut that pipe off and put a spout next to that wall, going down the steps, that water will be damaging the neighbor's steps and my steps and the whole concrete of the sidewalk. So it's like I tried. Trust me, I tried.
So let me
And
ask you, go ahead.
yes, sir.
You tried. Have you called in a licensed plumber to take a look at it?
Yes, sir. And that's what it cost me a lot to move. And then when he looked downstairs in the
Excuse me,
basement,
You mentioned that he said it would cost you to remove it. It could be removed.
we have to take another contractor as a cement contractor that he was going to pay. And then once he looked downstairs in the basement, the pipes run straight down. There's no way to move that pipe to the left, closer to the wall, for it could run a straight line. You understand? So
Now I understand you're saying
Okay,
it can
so-
be done, but it would cost you more funds financially.
that's what he
to do
said in the beginning. Then when he went downstairs to the opening, he looked at it and he's like, "Oh well, it cannot be done because it have to move the pipe, and I don't have no room to move that pipe to the left because
Okay,
it's
that's-
the concrete foundation of the building."
That may be a matter for the Board of Building Standards to give you a variance on a building code matter.
Yeah, that would be, thank you.
Board
Yes, sir.
members, if I may, I did want to just address the statements made by Mr. Serrano. Even though this is his appeal, he has not presented any documentation demonstrating his efforts in trying to fix this violation, nor correspondence between plumbers to try to rectify the issue. All we have is his word. Additionally, with regards to these violations. He has admitted these violations existed and that they still currently exist. And though it would cost that this violation with regards to the pipe being a trip hazard could be rectified. So with those reasons, I will be asking that the board rule in favor of the city for City of Firm.
Okay, thank you. If there's nothing else from anyone. Thank you. Just one moment.
I mean, everything else is fixed. I mean, I probably.
Okay. With regard to
I do
HA
have-
dash, excuse me, with regard to HA dash 2022 dash 0000172, Jose Serrano, 442 East Illinois Street, City of Fern.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirm.
City affirm.
City affirm.
Thank you. Mr. Serrano, you've lost your appeal. You may appeal our decision. Check with the staff, administrative staff. They can tell you how to appeal our decision if you choose to do that. But otherwise, the vote is unanimous, City affirm. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Let's
Okay,
move on to
so-
the next matter.
Quick
Thank you.
question, sir.
Yes,
So what I do now, just call the office at LNI?
you can call Illinois if you want to appeal our decision to Common Pleas
do.
Court. Okay,
Okay.
you would have to do that and you probably require you hire a lawyer, but call them and they can give you information as to how you appeal it, okay? All right, thank you. All right, thank you very much.
And that
Ms.
finally
Davis?
concludes my business for the day. May I be
Oh,
excused?
you might as well stay for the balance.
Oh,
now.
not-
You excuse. Have a
Thank
good
you. Have a
afternoon.
good
Good
one.
evening. Okay.
Brings us to case number 28, hearing appeal number HA 2022-000762, Rodney C. Bradley, 2957 North Sixth Street.
Okay, we have two cases, two matters, Mr. Bradley. Is that the same matter or two different matters?
I don't believe so. I believe it's two different properties.
Okay, who's representing this matter for the city?
Good afternoon, members of the board. Mary Costello on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, Ms. Costello, good afternoon, and Mr. Rodney C. Bradley.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bradley, can you turn your camera on?
I don't have a camera, sir. I tried to get the Zoom link, and the only way I couldn't get through, so I'm just on the phone right now. My phone is severely limited, sir. I apologize.
Okay.
I cannot hook up the Zoom link, so.
That puts you at a distinct disadvantage in these hearings.
I understand that, sir. I understand.
Okay, before we proceed though, Mr. Bradley, I need to swear you in on two matters. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that you are in fact Rodney C. Bradley and you are either the owner or part owner of 2957 North Sixth Street?
Yes.
Okay, and do you swear or affirm that you will be truthful in your testimony today?
Yes.
And what is your date of birth?
6773.
Okay, thank you. All righty. Mr. Bradley, are you the only person on the deed for this property?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Ms. Costello, please proceed.
Members of the board, just as background information, there are two separate cases. They're for two separate properties that are both owned by Mr. Bradley, and they're both for vacant property licenses. For the first property, which is number 28, HA 2022-00762, I do have one witness, and that
Okay.
is Inspector Cravell. I believe he's on the call.
Okay. Inspector Cravell, Hollis Cravell. Okay, you're muted, sir. If you're gonna mute yourself.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, to raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you very much. Ms. Costello,
Good evening, Mr. Cravell. Could you please state your name for the record?
Hollis Cravell.
And what is your position with LNI?
I'm a code enforcement inspector.
And how long have you held that position?
A little over 10 years.
And are you familiar with the property located at 2957 North Sixth Street?
Yes,
And how so?
I did I did the initial inspection on it. And I also did a follow-up inspection.
Okay. permission to share my screen?
Yes, please.
Members of the board, are you able to see that?
Yes.
Okay, great. Inspector Cravell, can you please identify what's been marked as City Exhibit A?
You may need to increase the size of the print. Thank you. That's much better.
I recognize it.
And can you please identify it for the record?
It's a violation notice and order to correct the violations.
And what is the date of that notice?
That date is January 26th, 2020,
Okay, great. And can-
2022.
And can you just briefly describe for the record what the violations are that are contained in this notice?
One is regarding the windows. He has to remove and secure the broken windows.
Okay,
The other one is, again, cracked windows.
okay.
And the third one would be to install 8 operable windows.
And can you just read for the record what the final violation notice is?
Remove and secure the broken windows,
Okay,
and then obtain a vacant structure license.
okay, thank you. And what date, if I go back to the top, what date was the appellant given to comply these violations?
It was on March 1st, 2022.
Okay, so they were given a correct by date of March 1st, 2022. Have you recently inspected the property?
Yes, I have.
And have those violations been corrected or complied?
None of them has been.
Okay, I'd like to direct your attention to what has been marked as City Exhibit C.
Oh, Ms. Costello, what's the reinspection date?
The reinspection date is second. Hold on. He was sent several violation notices to different addresses. So 1 second. Okay, so Inspector Cravell, can you please identify what's been marked as City Exhibit B?
Final violation notice.
And what is the reinspection date on that notice?
The 2nd of March, 3/2/2022.
Thank you. And I'd like to direct your attention to what's been marked as City Exhibit C. Can you please identify for the record what you see on the screen?
Okay, what I see there, you have a back, that's the rear of the property.
Okay,
If you look at the lower right, that's a gate to the alleyway. There's no access to that gate. The property that we're concerned with is the 4th building in. And that's that one right there with the close to the arrow, that one that you're circling right there.
and this picture was taken on January 25th, 2022.
That is correct. That was the
Okay.
first time I went out there.
Okay, and I'd like to direct your attention to this second photograph. Can you please
But if you
identify?
can go back to that,
Sure.
you would notice that those 2 windows back there are covered with boards.
Here and
That's right.
here?
That's the 2nd floor, yes, and they are boarded. Okay.
Okay. Can you describe for the record what we are viewing in this photograph?
This is the front of the property. Those first, you have the basement windows that's boarded. You have the 2 first floor front windows that's boarded. Then you have the 2nd floor, 2 front windows with the broken glass, and it appears to be inoperable because it looks as though they don't function the right way.
And this photograph was taken January 25th of 2022.
Yes, that was my first inspection. And on that front door, you'd see that there's a gate there with a lock with the chain. And that's been that way from the first inspection.
And can you please
See that-
identify
That's the
for the
broken
board
glass.
what is in this photograph?
That's the broken glass on the second floor in the front. So that there, it's not a safe thing at all. If that glass were to crack further, it's easily fall off and possibly injure someone.
And this photograph was taken March 2nd of 2022.
March 2nd of 2022. That's
Ju-
also, and they both boarded up from the back of the window.
Just to correct the record, that's the first floor, not the second
Yeah,
floor,
that's the
correct?
first floor. Sorry, I didn't realize.
Yeah. Okay.
Basement windows were right there. Yes.
And can I direct your attention to this photograph? Can you please identify for the board what we're looking at in this photograph?
That's the first floor front windows, again boarded.
And this photograph was taken April 6th of 2022.
Yes,
And this front window is still broken in this photograph.
still broken. Yes.
Okay. And then I'm just gonna bring your attention to our final set of pictures. I'm gonna zoom out so that the board can see these better.
Yeah. And if you take a good look at it, you can
So
see
these
that-
photographs were taken during your most recent inspection,
Yes,
and that date, the date of that inspection was December 28th of 2022, correct?
yes.
And
Ms.
what are
Costello,
the-
can you go back to that previous picture for me, please? Excuse me.
This
Okay.
picture here?
Yeah, right there where there is that barrier. If if Inspector Cravell could explain why is that there? Is that,
It's just there. I have
Is
no
it-
idea why it's there.
there's nothing opening on the ground there, no pipe protruding or open?
Not that I observed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Costello.
Excuse
And-
me, sir, if I may, what opening on the ground was he referring to?
Mr. Bradley, he asked the question if there was an opening. There is no opening.
Okay, sir, okay, I'm sorry, please proceed.
Yep.
And Inspector Cravell, this picture you stated was taken, you confirmed was taken on December 28th, 2022. Was that your most recent inspection of the property?
Yes.
And can you please describe what we are viewing in this picture?
That's the same broken window from the very first inspection. It has not been corrected.
Okay. And have these windows been boarded, these top two windows?
Behind it, I'm not. Behind it, you can't see very clearly if it's boarded or not. But if you look at the one on the left, you can see that that bottom portion of the window, that's cracked on the side. So that's not a safe window at all. And the one on the right, you can look at it and at the bottom of it, I don't know what it's, paper and garbage bags, and it's not what you would see on a property that's possibly occupied.
Okay. And in this picture right here, can you just describe for us what we're viewing?
Which one would that be?
This picture right here from the 28th?
Well, that's the front of the property, and that's the first and second floor on the basement front. And those safety equipment in the front, I couldn't figure out what they were there for.
Okay, and I have one final picture of the property. Can you describe for the record what this is a picture of?
Well, again, this is my attempt from the sidewalk because I couldn't get access through that rear gate that's locked there. So I was trying to get a picture of the rear of the fourth building, which is the back of that building we are discussing. And it still remains to be there with the two boarded windows up top, just like the very first time.
Okay, And what could the appellant do to comply these violations? What would they need to do?
It's stated in the violation that he needs to remove the boards, remove the broken glasses, and replace them with operable windows. Operable windows means windows that can open and close successfully in the right way.
Okay. And in addition, he would need to obtain a vacant property license, correct?
That is correct, if the property is vacant.
And has he done any of these things?
Nothing has been corrected.
Okay.
No.
All right. Thank you, Inspector Cravell. No further questions.
Thank you. Any additional
correct.
witnesses, Ms. Costello?
No.
Okay.
Chairman Woodson.
Okay, sir, do you have any, what would you like to share with us regarding this property?
Well, I'd like to ask Inspector Cravell some questions.
Sure, please do.
Inspector Cravell, you stated that you could not get to the back of my property in order to see. So if you could not see in the back of my property, how could you tell what windows are boarded up and what windows aren't?
Your property is the fourth
Yes, it's the
building,
fourth one in.
fourth house in. And
Right,
if you
but you
count the
can't see the
buildings,
back of my house at all.
I'm
from
seeing the back
from
of your
house.
house.
Mr. Bradley, if you were
Yeah.
on video, you would be able to see the back of your house. We can see it
No,
clearly.
I'm aware of the back of the house, but I'm just saying.
But
if
I'm
you
saying we
can't
can
get
see it.
access-
We are able to see it in the photograph. That's all I'm saying to you.
Okay. Second question, Mr. Cravell. You was talking about some bags outside my house and stating that if somebody lived there, those bags would not be there. I do reside at that property. I do. I've resided at that property since 2015, and I also sent a packet to the L&I department stating that I live there. I also have an ADT alarm there and a cat. So when you state that I didn't state it, and as far as that work equipment from the city, I have no idea what that is from. That is from I believe that is from my neighbors when they try to save their parking spaces. Have you ever knocked on my door and attempted to contact me?
Each time I
Mr. Bell?
came out there, I knocked on the door, I knocked on your door, I knocked on the neighbor to your left, the neighbor to your
Did
right.
they come out? Did they come out?
The last time I was there, one of the neighbors on your block explained to
Well,
me
then
that
they should have told you that I lived there.
Mr.
Because
Bradley,
to my
if you
Mr.
allow me
Bradley?
to speak, I'll tell you what I
Mr.
what
Bradley?
I learned.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Mr. Bradley, this will go well if you allow the inspector to respond to your questions, okay?
I'm sorry, sir. I apologize.
Mr. Cravell, please.
Yes, one of the neighbors on the block explained that there was somebody that frequents the property, and he meaning you, if you were the person they were speaking about, would have the key to the gate in the rear and possibly the gate to the keys that would unlock the front door. That somebody comes in there ever so often and visits the property. My question to him was, does that person live there? He said he assumes. I said, well, thank you very much, sir. And that was the conversation.
Okay.
Mr. Bradley, have any
along with-
additional questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes, I do. You stated, sir, that I have as far as that gate in the back, I do not have the key to that. The corner store has the key to that back. As far as my front, the reason why I have a front security door is because my property was broken into over like a half a dozen times in the last couple of years. That is why my windows are broken. And if the panel looked at the front of my house, you will see that the bottom window is boarded up because that's where a lot of these drug addicts from Kensington Avenue, which is only 4 blocks away, has attempted to come into my home numerous times.
Mr. Bradley, what is your question though? You have to ask him a question. If not, let's
Oh,
move
I'm
on
sorry,
so
I'm
you
sorry.
can listen to me. Listen to me. If you don't have a specific question, you can then just tell us the facts as you understand them. You
Okay,
you
well,
can do that.
Okay, sir. Well, that's all the questions.
Okay,
That's all the questions I have, sir. I'll just state my case when
Okay.
when everybody's.
Well, can I make a statement?
no, Mr. Cravell, you don't get to
Okay.
do that. You were the
Mhm.
witness for Ms. Costello. She asked you the questions or gives you permission, okay?
Okay.
Chairman Whitson, I'd like to redirect Inspector Cravell.
Yes.
Inspector Cravell, is there something else that you would like to add?
Yes, I also I did go to the corner store and inquired about the lock on the gate for the alleyway. They said that they were not the people that has the lock, that the lock belongs to the person that owns that property that we're discussing.
Inspector Cravell, has anything ever been sent to you that would show that Mr. Bradley lives or resides at this property? Has he ever tried to contact you?
No.
Inspector Cravell, can you please refer back to what has been marked as City Exhibit A?
Sure.
In the bottom of this violation notice, is that your contact information?
That is my contact information.
So if he did need to contact you, he had that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bradley, share with us what you understand to be the facts.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. What are the facts, sir, is that through Mr. Cravell's own testimony that he talked to somebody that stated that I do stay there, I do come there. So I do reside there, sir, and I have been for quite some time. So the vacancy issue is a moot point. Secondly, sir, as far as the windows go, like I said, my home has been broken into numerous times. I sent 2 packets, sir, to LNI along with a to have my case heard. And in those pictures, I showed them my ADT alarm and a utility bill and my mail that I get there. So why Mr. Cravell didn't get it, I have no idea. And as far as Mr. Cravell's information, I received no information from Mr. Cravell at all. Maybe it fell or something like that. I don't know, but I never received any information. But I did.
Did you get the violation notice? Mr. Bradley, did you receive the violation notice?
No, I did. Oh, I received the violation notice from the city, but I didn't.
Yeah, his
receive
number is there at
anything.
the bottom of the violation notice.
His number, what? His phone number?
Yes.
Okay, well, sir, well then I did not see that, but I would have definitely contacted him. And like I said, sir, secondly, I sent a proof that I do stay there. My neighbors know I stay there. To the left of me is my uncle, and to the right of me is an older woman that, like I said, I've been there for over since 2015. And as far as these windows go, I have had my back door kicked in numerous times, and I have police reports to show that. That's why I have the boards there, because the Kensington area is all drug addicts. And at night they come forward. And if they try to find any place they can get into, sir, and that is the problem that I am facing. My area that I live in now is called the Badlands. I am physically handicapped.
Mr. Bradley, let's do this because the other commentary, while it's an important matter, is not relevant to the case. There are several things that are clear violations. Broken window panes on the first floor. If they were to fall out, they would injure someone. So whether you live there or not, if you're the owner, you have to replace those. And the broken windows on the second floor have to be replaced or repaired.
Right. I understand, sir.
So why haven't you done those?
I'm not disputing the violation. Listen, I'm not.
Oh, so wait a
disputing
minute,
that they are
Mr.
broken.
Bradley. Mr. Bradley, if you're
Go ahead,
not
sir.
disputing the violations, why aren't you appeal the case?
No, I'm not disputing that they are broken. I am just disputing the fact of this is the second time. I have already replaced these windows about maybe a year ago, and this keeps happening. This is what keeps happening at my properties. That's what I'm trying to say.
Understood.
And
Okay.
it's not that because just like Mr. Cravell said, I put a security door on the front. And in putting a security door on the front, I was trying to secure everything else, but I am unemployed, sir, and I am handicapped. So right now, I definitely want to comply. I do. But I'm just saying that as a result of that, I just have to, it is what it is. They're breaking into my home breaking my windows and vandalizing my property every 3 months.
Okay.
And it's like, I'll spend money to get windows and then they'll break it. But then if I put a board outside to stop them from breaking my new windows, that's a violation.
Okay.
So what do I do?
There may be programs that are available for persons who are handicapped in the city. I suggested you check them out. That would help
problem,
you pay
sir.
for the repairs. The other thing, though, is that the violations, because of public safety, we have to act on what we see. So that's cute.
Understandable.
Now, I have a question for Ms. Costello. In the exhibits you received for this matter, did you see any evidence of occupancy in the information Mr. Bradley said he submitted?
There was nothing submitted to our office in regards to occupancy.
Okay.
When I filed my appeal, I sent pictures for both of my properties that I was maintaining them. What I can do, sir, is I can send, when I get to the library, I can resend the pictures to your department.
No, let me
And
ask you
show
this. Are you suggesting that you live in 2 addresses?
Oh, no, not at all.
So the other
Not at all.
property you don't live in?
No, I do not.
Okay.
But I do maintain it. No, I do maintain it.
But
And
it's
I've
not,
tried to maintain it.
the issue is residency right now. And if you do not live in the property, you're required to have a vacant property license. So that's the issue.
Understandable, sir. Okay.
Okay. Anything
Are we
else?
talking about 3052, correct, sir? Not 6th Street.
We're talking about North 6th Street at the moment.
Oh, no, I do reside there.
Okay, that's your residence.
38. Yeah.
Okay, so if you submit evidence that you reside there, meaning utility bills that show usage, meaning
Yes, I did.
anything else, but
Yes, I did.
The law department is saying that didn't happen.
Chairman Woodson?
I have,
Yes.
well,
So
what I
there-
can do, what I can't do,
Mr.
sir-
Bradley, just for a moment, Mr. Bradley.
Okay,
Ms. Costello?
So there were pictures that were offered of the property, which are essentially the same pictures that I'm showing you. And
Any
then,
interior pictures, Ms. Costello? Any interior
no,
pictures?
they're exterior pictures of the property.
Okay.
Sir,
All right.
if I may, those pictures that Ms. Costello says she has, is she saying that they came from me, or she's talking about the pictures that only Mr. Cravell made? Because I can send her the pictures of what I sent, the packet that I sent to L&I of proof of me staying at my house. I can send them to her email and show that I have a picture of my utility bill as far as the ADT. I have an ADT alarm there. So why would I have an ADT alarm? and
Well,
a
I'm not
check
going to
if I
argue
don't-
that, sir, but it's not proof of occupancy. ADT alarm is not proof of occupancy.
But I'm saying I can show that
Okay.
that I do stay there, and I have witness that just stated through Mr. Cravell's own testimony that yes, my neighbors do see me.
They see you, but they didn't say you live there. They didn't
Well,
confirm
no,
that.
he did. No. As a matter of fact, Mr. Cravell did say yes, he does. He said, "Do you think he stays there?" Mr. Cravell did say that my neighbor said yes, he does.
Okay, we
No,
heard
that's not what he said.
we
I'm
all
sorry,
heard it. No,
Chair.
that's not what he said. But let's
Not
move
what he
on.
said. Yeah.
Let's move on.
Well, you,
Mr. Bradley, do you have anything else to offer?
I've already sent my evidence in, and I've already, like I said, I do stay there, and I have sent my evidence to L&I. Whether they have it or not, I have no idea, but I did do that, sir. And like I said, as far as the violations go, I will get them fixed.
Okay.
But, you know, it's just that
Okay.
it's a bad neighborhood, and this will be the third time I've replaced these windows and they get broken out. But if
Okay.
I put a board across it, you know, it's like no matter what happens, I'm stuck.
Okay.
I either get fined by L&I or my windows get broken by junkies.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Anything else from anyone? Any additional questions or anything?
I have a question for Ms. Costello. In the packet that was sent by the owner, was there any utility bills, PECO, Philadelphia Water Department, or gas to indicate usage?
No, in the appeal packet that was sent to the board, there are simply 4 pictures of the outside of the property.
Thank you.
That is untrue. Excuse me, sir, if I may, that is, I'm sorry.
The
please,
board
please,
has
I
a
didn't mean
copy
to-
of it as well, like it was forwarded to us from the boards. But there are there's 4 pictures. There's one picture of the front door, there's one picture of the front of the house, or there are 2 pictures of the front of the house, and then there's one picture of an envelope letter that you can't make out from the Philadelphia
Right.
Department of Licenses and Inspections. There's no pictures
That-
of the interior of the property. There were no utility bills provided.
Okay, now, if I may, panel, in that same packet that you just said, yes, I did snap a picture of the inspection of letter, and I also took a Pico bill and set it on top of my alarm system with the current date and snapped a picture of my Pico bill. So I did send it. Now,
Okay.
why it didn't get to Ms. Corlett, I don't know.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Mr. Bradley. I think we've heard the facts as you understand them, as well as we've heard the city's position. So let's do this. Let's move on. And we will call the vote on this matter, and then we go to North Percy Street. HA-2022-000762, Rodney C. Bradley, 2957 North 6th Street, City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirm.
City affirm.
City affirm.
Thank you very much. City's appeal, the city's position holds. You did not win your appeal, Mr. Bradley. Now I'm going to move on to the.
Sir, before we move on.
No, we're moving on, Mr. Bradley. We're moving on to the next address. No, we're moving on, Mr. Bradley. Mr. Bradley, hear me. We're moving on.
Windows, or is that for the vacancy?
That's for the whole thing. That's for the whole thing.
Okay.
If you have more information that you want to share, you can always ask for a rehearing based on the new information.
I will.
Okay,
sir.
let's move on to the next matter. Please read in the
Chair,
new matter.
Mr. Washington, Mr. Chair,
Yes,
is it possible that I can be excused?
yes. Are you going to rejoin us, or you are able to? We have a quorum. We have a quorum. We're good. So please. All
Okay, thank you, and everyone have a great day.
right. Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Have a good afternoon, everyone.
Okay.
Case
Good to see you,
case number-
Roger.
Let's move into the next matter.
Prevail,
Case
take care.
number, case number 29, hearing appeal number HA 2022-000765, Rodney C. Bradley, 3852 North Percy Street.
Thank you. Ms. Who's the representing the city?
Chairman Woodson, Mary Costello on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay.
And I do have one witness today. It's Inspector Gonzalez, and I believe he is on the call.
Okay. Mrs. Gonzalez present?
Yes.
Okay. Raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Ms. Costello.
And before I begin speaking to Inspector Gonzalez, I just wanted to clarify the board that in the appellant's appeal packet, he does not claim to reside at this property. He claims to visit the property. So I do not believe that he is contesting this violation. And
Okay.
Inspector Gonzalez, can you please state your name for the record?
Sure, my name is Gerardo Gonzalez, the Department of Licenses and Inspections.
And what is your position with the department?
I'm a code enforcement inspector,
And how long have you had that position?
26 years.
And are you familiar with the property located at 3852 North Percy Street?
Yes, I am.
And how so?
I was called out there on a complaint. I went out there, took pictures of the property for being a vacant property. And then I went out on the reinspection for the hearing.
Okay, and I'd like to permission to share my screen.
Yes.
Inspector Gonzalez, I'd like to direct your attention to what's been marked as City Exhibit A. Can you please identify this for the record?
Yes, it's a violation notice,
And what is the date of that violation notice?
February 4th, 2022,
And what was the date that you first inspected the property?
February 2nd, 2022.
And what date were these violations? What was the correct by date of these violations?
Day February 2nd.
And the correct by date of these violations where the appellant was ordered to make the necessary repairs by L&I, what was that date?
3/10/2022.
Okay. And can you please just briefly summarize what violations are contained in this violation notice?
This is for the vacant property notice, 6 windows which were boarded and open. Handrail was missing in the front, and the vacant property standard and vacant property license.
Okay. And if I could direct your attention to what's been marked as City Exhibit B, can you please identify that for the board?
Sure, this is the final violation notice,
And what was the date of that notice?
March 13th, 2022.
Okay, thank you. And if you could just identify what has been marked as City Exhibit C. And I'll.
Yeah,
zoom
that's
out in a minute.
That's a picture of the property,
Okay,
the
and
front exterior.
what are we looking at right here?
Where the front windows were boarded up. The basement window was boarded up. The door had a chain on it, this security door, and the top windows were boarded from the inside. There was no windows there.
And what was the date that this picture was taken?
February 2nd, 2022.
And can you please describe for the board what this is now a picture of?
This is what the property looks like now.
And what date did you visit the property to inspect it?
This was, I think it was December 28th,
Of 2022?
2022, yes.
Okay. And can you describe what we're seeing here?
Yeah, they actually the boards that used to be in the front were missing, but there's boards that were leaning in the inside of the property. It looks like the property next door caught fire. So I don't know if the fire department knocked these boards out. And then, of course, the boards up top were missing.
Okay. And can you describe what we're looking at in the second photograph?
Same issue. No windows upstairs. The downstairs was all, it had boards leaning in the inside. The front door had a chain on it. And then, of course, there was a poster on the wall from the building unit, I guess after the fire.
Okay. And is that what we're looking at right here with this orange sign?
Yes,
And what does that poster state?
that is an unsafe structure.
Okay.
I guess they're talking about the rear roof.
And then finally, this picture, I'm going to zoom out a little bit so that the board can see this photograph better. Can you please identify what?
Yeah,
you're
this is
leaving in
the
photograph?
rear of the property. All the windows and were boarded in the back.
Okay, and what would the appellant need to do to comply these violations?
He's supposed to keep the property secure. I mean, he's supposed to do the windows and doors, put windows in and keep the property looking decent at least. Excuse me.
And from the initial violation notice date, which was the correct by date was back in March of 2022, has anything been done to comply these violations?
No.
Okay. No further questions.
Mr. Bradley, you have any questions of the inspector, Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes, Inspector Gonzalez. You stated that when you went back to the property, it was burnt out next door, correct?
Yes.
And that all of the boards that were there prior are now gone, correct?
Yes.
Right.
Except
Now,
for the
on
first
both-
floor and the inside.
Right. Now, the reason why the first floor inside has boards pushed up against it, because I went there the day after the fire. What happened is, like I stated to the board, there's a drug war down there and it's a really bad neighborhood. And somebody threw a cocktail in the house next door.
Mr. Bradley, Mr. Bradley, Mr. Bradley, please just
sir, what
ask your questions and then you can tell your
Okay.
story after you finish asking your
All right,
questions.
I apologize. Okay, but the fact of the matter is that when you saw it, you did see where that somebody tried to lock the door back and secure it, correct? It wasn't like you could just walk right in. You did see the lock on the front gate door, correct?
Correct.
And the back door was secured, right? You couldn't walk in my backyard, in my back door, correct?
No.
Okay. So, and as far as the windows, you could not see into my property because boards were pushed up to there, correct?
Correct.
All right. No, and as far as the back, like you said, well, that's it. That's it. No further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Costello, any additional witnesses?
No, Chairman Woodson.
Okay. Mr. Bradley, what is your understanding of where you are now? You've appealed these violation notices. So what about them are not accurate?
Okay. Well, what about them are not accurate, sir, is I'm doing my best to comply with securing my property, I'm sorry, Inspector, what's your last name, sir? I don't want to get it wrong.
Gonzalez.
Inspector Gonzalez said, prior to the house fire next door, my property was secured. And after they threw a cocktail next door, the fire department kicked in my house, blew out all of my windows, because I had working windows there, but I had boards there to stop people from breaking it, just like at my other property. But the fire department knocked out every window and damaged the back vestibule part of the house. That's what they did. So I don't believe it's fair. My property was secured before then. And I also sent a packet of pictures of me securing my property to L&I in a packet, but I guess they didn't get that either. But the point I'm making, sir, is that the fire department came in there and blew out all my windows. My property was secured.
Okay.
There was no yellow tab on my door orange tab prior to that. And
Well, let me ask you a couple questions. Mr. Bradley, let me ask you a couple questions. Who is responsible for making the repairs to your property now?
Oh, that would be me.
Have you
Because
submitted
I'm stuck with the bill.
Have you submitted a request to your fire insurance company to cover the damages?
No, I do not,
Why not?
because I don't have insurance.
Oh, okay. Second question is, why haven't you gotten a vacant property license for the property?
Because at that time I was not aware of how to get one.
How long have you owned this property?
The property was left to me from my mother about 5-6 years ago.
Okay, all right. And you didn't
It was an
inquire,
inheritance property.
once you got the violation notice, you didn't inquire as to what it would take to get a license?
Well, my main concern at that time was.
But you didn't
securing the
answer my
property
question.
to keep drug addicts.
Please
Well,
answer my question.
Okay, well, I'll answer. Oh, please do. I'll answer it, sir. What was your question?
When you got your violation notice, did you determine what it would take for you to get a vacant property license?
No.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any other questions of Mr. Bradley? No? Okay. Anything else from either party, Ms. Costello or Mr. Bradley?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes.
These proceedings right now, I was told in the beginning that these proceedings are recorded. Can
Correct.
I request a recording?
They're
Of the
recorded by
proceedings?
a court reporter, and if you want to purchase, I believe the legal notices, legal recording, you can do that. You can check with the staff as to what's required if you want to do that.
No, they'll be,
Okay,
they'll be public record. They'll be on the city's
pub-
YouTube page.
Okay, they'll
within,
be public
I
record,
believe,
okay.
7 days.
The city what?
I believe they're uploaded to a city's YouTube page within 7 days of these hearings.
City YouTube page. What is the website?
I do not have that on me right at this time, but if you contact board's administration, I'll be able to give
Board
it to you.
administration? Okay,
Yes.
what is your number, sir, so I can contact you, please?
215-686-2427. Or you can email the same email that you sent your appeal to.
Okay, and your name is, sir? I'll talk to you. What's your name, sir?
Richard Wade.
Richard Wade, W-A-D-E?
Yes.
And you're located at 686-2427, 215.
Yes. Yes.
All right, sir, thank you very much. I'm sorry, sir, please continue. I just want to know where
Okay.
I can just, okay.
Okay, so the corrected record in terms of the availability of the record of this meeting, the recording of this meeting will be uploaded to the YouTube channel. Okay, thank you. All right, let's go to
Sorry, I'm sorry. What is Richard Ward, W-A-R-D?
Richard Wade, W-A-D-E.
I'm sorry, Wade, W-A-D-E. Sorry, I apologize.
Okay.
It's on YouTube.
We will poll the board regarding HA-2022-000765 Rodney C. Bradley, 3852 North Percy Street, City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Thank you very much. The vote is unanimous. City affirmed. Thank you, Mr. Bradley. Have a good afternoon.
Y'all be blessed.
Okay, let's move on to the next matter.
I believe this is the final matter, case number 39, hearing appeal number HA 2022-004973. Omar and Joanne Dominguez, 1677 Folk Lodge Street.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, Amy Skiles on behalf of the City of Philadelphia.
Okay, Ms. Skiles. Who's representing the appellant?
Good evening. Hi, my name is Anthony Archivala. I represent-
Anthony Archibald. Okay, you representing the appellant?
Yes,
Okay, just
Yes.
one moment, please.
Miss Joanne Dominguez.
Okay, just one moment.
Yes.
We do have one question for you, Mr. Archibald, before we get started.
Yes, no worries.
That is the appellant, the person you represent. Is that
Yeah.
individual an owner of the property or a tenant or both?
No, just tenant. They were, at least this garage was a pre-existing garage, and they were doing auto repair in it, just.
Who were they leasing it from?
They were leasing it from, I think, an Oscar Gonzalez originally. And now it's sold to a new owner a few months back.
And who are the new owners?
Miss Dominguez, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is
Before
gonna-
before she
Oh.
speaks, I need to swear her in, so she's on the
Okay.
record.
I think I know it here. It's Jorge Bartolotti.
Okay, hey, spell that.
I'm gonna spell it. Jorge is Jorge, and it means George. And the last name is, and I hope I'm spelling this right. Bartolotti, Bartollotti. That's the current owner, the new owner.
Okay, thank you very much.
No problem.
Okay, I just wanted to clear that up.
Oh, no, appreciate that.
And, okay, let's get started then. Who's representing the city this? I just want to make sure. Ms. Skiles.
Amy
yeah,
Skiles.
My apologies. Do you have any witnesses, Ms. Skiles?
Yes,
Before you proceed, I'm having a lot of trouble. I'm not sure where the interference is coming from one of the people who are online. Am I the only one hearing?
Yeah, I'm hearing it as well.
Yeah, Mr. Corley, if you'll mute yourself until you testify, that will help. Thank you.
Is that, yeah, it went away. Thank you. Okay, the problem is that Mr. Corley is now being sworn, and so we have to find out what's causing that background noise. So if you're gonna mute yourself, Mr. Corley, and we need to resolve this background noise that you're having. Mr. Corley, is there another place that you can position yourself to eliminate the background noise?
I'm not sure where the background noise is, because I'm inside
We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Okay, can you hear me now?
Barely.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm inside my car, so I'm not sure. Maybe
Okay, that's better. That's significantly better. If you don't, hopefully you don't have any music or anything on in the background. That may be causing some of the problem.
No, not at all. The car is completely off. Actually, the car.
I think it's
Okay.
something to do with the way he's got us tuned in. Well, now there's no echo, so maybe we're okay.
Okay, we're gonna ask you to give short, succinct answers to whatever it is you asked by either counsel, okay? Okay, raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Ms. Skiles?
yes. Okay, Inspector Corley, where are you currently employed?
License and inspection, East District.
Okay, and how long, what is your current role with the Department of License and Inspections?
I'm a code enforcement officer,
Okay, and how long have you been a code enforcement officer?
around 7 years, since 2015.
Okay, and are you familiar with the property at 1677 Folkrod Street?
Yes,
And how are you familiar with that property?
I did the follow-up inspection as well as the intent to cease for the non-licensed property.
Okay, and now with the board's permission, I will share my screen.
Okay, please.
Okay. Inspector Corley, can you see what I'm now sharing as City Exhibit 1?
Yes, that's the intent to cease order.
Okay.
That-
And what was the date that this intent to cease was issued?
It was issued November the 30th, 2022.
Okay. And what is the reason that this intent to cease was issued?
I was not the initial inspector, but the initial case was written for non-licensed, non-auto repair license at the auto repair shop.
Okay. And did you visit this property on November 30th, 2022?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did the
Okay.
follow-up inspection as well as the intent to cease. Yes.
Okay. And if I will continue scrolling. So this is the intent to cease that was just another copy of the intent to cease.
Well, there was only one intent to cease, but there's two copies. One goes to the operator as well as one to the owner.
Okay. Okay, so do you see now what's marked as a City Exhibit 2?
Yes.
And what is this document?
That's the notice of violation for the corrections that needed to be made and for the violation that was issued.
And what was the date that this notice of violation was issued?
10/02/2020.
Okay, so over 2 years ago at this point.
Yes.
Okay, and scrolling down to the violation, what was the violation that was cited in this initial notice of violation?
For not obtaining a auto repair license.
Okay, and there's a comply by date. What was the date given for compliance?
You received 35 days after that notice of violation was sent out. So
Was it November 5th, 2020?
the date that it went out. Oh, okay. Normally, right. November, right. It normally goes out 2 days after. So yes, probably
Okay.
10/02 or 10/03/2020.
And then do you see what has been marked as City Exhibit 3?
Yes.
And this, what is this document?
That's the final violation notice, the notice of violation, the final.
And what is the date that this final notice of violation was sent?
May of the 3rd of May 2022.
Okay. And again, it cites that an auto repair license must be obtained?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll now scroll down to City Exhibit 4. What is depicted in this photograph?
That's the front entrance of the auto repair lot.
Okay. And this photograph?
That's inside the Bay Area where they're working on the cars, or where they do work on the.
And again, what's depicted in this photograph?
That's still inside the interior of the Bay Area of the lot, facing towards the rear, where they have also cars in the back for parking, I guess, of storage of vehicles in the back.
Okay, and you can see that there are tires and tools stored here as well?
Yes. It's a fully functional auto repair shop.
Okay. And this is just another photograph of the cars being stored at the property?
Yes, that's just the back area where the cars are stored. Outside of the Bay Area, it's pretty much like an archway into the backyard, or like a rear area where
Okay.
cars are.
Okay, and so what is depicted in this photograph?
That's also the front entranceway where the cars are being, some are being serviced underneath the hood, as well as some being parked awaiting service inside the front of the yard, the auto
Okay.
repair.
Okay, and I'll stop sharing my screen. Okay, so you visited this property, you said November of 2022?
Yes,
And at that time, the property was still operating as an auto repair shop?
yes, it was, yes.
And have the occupants obtained an auto repair license?
No, they haven't.
Okay, and the initial notice of violation was sent out in October of 2020, correct?
Yes, yes.
So
Since
they've
20
had,
no license since 2020 up until today. Yes,
okay, so they've had ample time to apply for that license and obtain that license to legalize the auto repair shop?
yes, that's more than normal allotted time to get a license. That's more than enough.
And why is having an auto repair license important?
Well, you can't operate and fix cars. You can't operate a business without a license. So they're well aware that, they cannot operate an auto repair shop without the appropriate license.
Okay. I have no further questions for Inspector Corley.
Thank you. Mr. Archivella, do you have any cross? You're muted, sir.
Inspector Corliss.
Yes.
Corley.
Yes.
Good evening. I represent the Dominguez husband and wife. They run this garage. Are you, when you say, are you aware they have a business privilege license, or are you unaware of that?
The business privilege license is a commercial activity license to start an account or for business purposes, for tax purposes, I guess. But the license, the auto repair license, is something different from a commercial activity license.
Okay. And is there anything to prevent them from getting a business a license for the auto repair?
No, there isn't, unless they, if the property is zoned for the business that they're operating, then there should be no difficulty getting a license for whatever business you're operating on a property that's being zoned for, whatever activity that you're partaking in for a business. So no, there should not be no difficulty at all.
Right. And it looks like from what you saw, it looks like it was always a garage, right?
I can't.
I'm going to object to relevance.
Mr. Archivella, he didn't testify as to the history of the
All
property.
right, that's fine. No problem. I'll withdraw the question. Thank you, Mr. Inspector Corley.
Okay, thank you.
I'm in
All
trouble.
right, Mr. Corley, until you called again, would you mind muting yourself? So that'll eliminate the background noise. Thank you so much. Ms. Giles, do you have any additional witnesses?
No additional witnesses. I would just ask to move city exhibits 1 through 3 into the record.
Okay, so move. Okay, Mr.
Yes.
Eric Zavala, and I apologize for mispronouncing your name.
Don't worry about it. That's fine. I just have the husband and wife, Omar and Joanne Dominguez. They run the garage. They run the auto shop.
Okay, I'll need to swear them in.
Sure.
Okay, vote. Would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Okay, sir, please proceed.
Yes. Mr. or Mrs. Dominguez, I don't really care who answers the questions, just whoever knows the answer, I guess.
Well, it'd be helpful for the record, though, if whoever's answering identify themselves so the court
Yes.
reporter can distinguish the response.
Okay. Yes. Now, this property, you're not the owner, correct, Mr. Dominguez?
No.
No, okay. You're Omar Dominguez, is you're right, okay. When did you start renting the garage?
This has 3 year open.
And when you leased this garage, it was a garage? I mean, it's not like a home or anything, right? It's a garage?
Garage.
Okay. And you were advised that you could operate an auto repair
Yeah.
business there? It was leased to you for the specific purpose of auto repair?
Yes, it was.
Yes, this is one.
Okay, and what, is there, you understand that you have a business privilege license? You have a business privilege license?
Yeah.
Okay, but you understand that you need to obtain a auto repair license?
No.
Yes.
Joanne, you answer. I guess you're probably,
Dominguez, I do. Joanne Dominguez.
yeah, okay. And what has prevented you from obtaining an auto repair license? I mean,
Sure. So what has been going on is that we're having issues with zoning. So when we first moved in, we got our lease and everything, and it stated that we had an auto repair. It was for auto repair. We did not know, had no indications of there was no zoning. And I did explain that to the inspector as well. I did tell him that it was so hard for us to get an auto repair license, not being able to have zoning on the property. And the previous owner was taking care of the matter at the time. But I don't know exactly what happened. He said he was taking care of it because we were giving him all the paperwork that was coming from LNI.
I see you're talking about the Mr. Oscar Gonzalez, the prior owner.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and this garage, how many people do you employ?
There's
6.
6, yeah.
Okay, and they're all like on the books. So you
Yes.
pay city
Yes.
wage. They pay city wage tax and
Yes, 1099, yes.
Okay, and
Sir, for just a clarification,
sure.
1099 is different than paying city wages. Two different things.
Okay, yeah. That,
W-2. W-2 pays city wage taxes. 1099
Right.
is the independent employee. So which is
Right.
it?
it's 1099.
1099.
So
Okay.
you have employees there. They're 1099 employees.
Yes.
Okay. You pay business privilege taxes, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Because you have a license, right? And you have to pay net profit tax too to the city?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. All right. And when was the last time you tried to get an auto repair license for the
I
shop?
did it just about like, I'll say 2 weeks ago. We tried in the Eclipse website.
Eclipse website?
Yes, Eclipse website. And due to zoning, it didn't allow us to do so.
Okay. It didn't tell you maybe to go downtown or anything like that? To go to
No. Yeah, that's what I mean. No, I didn't, not in the email I got.
Okay.
I forwarded, yeah.
All right. And if obviously, I guess if it's, you have to close the shop, you would be out of work, correct? And the 5 subcontract, 5 1099 employees would be out.
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, that's where you are. All right, nothing further.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Skiles, any cross?
No cross. Just argument.
Okay. All righty. Any additional questions for the appellants from anyone or the inspector? If not,
No,
I
Mr.
have a
Chair,
question.
I have a question.
Yeah,
for
please, Mr.
Either
Tennant.
the Dominguez or the attorney. The new current owner, Jorge Bartolelli, how long has he owned the property?
2 months.
A month.
2 months.
1 month. So who was
Yes.
the previous, and Oscar Gonzalez was the previous owner?
Yes, there's Oscar Gonzalez and there's his daughter also, Sylvia. There was 2 on the LNI sheets. But
Okay.
and they
So
stated
just 2 months. And they stated what?
they were taking care of the zoning.
Okay, so they were the previous owners that you were depending on to get zoning for the type of business you wanted to operate.
Correct.
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 Okay.
What was on? Correct.
Okay, so, all right. Thank you, Mr.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, okay. Well, sure. Let's do this. Ms. Penn and then Mr. Pincus.
Thank you. Ms. Dominguez, you and Mr. Dominguez indicated that you bought the shop, or I'm sorry, became tenants 3 years ago. When were you informed by Mr. Gonzalez that he was taking care of zoning?
When we first got the first LNI paperwork, when I gave it to him, the first LNI. So that was back in October, to be honest. Yeah.
October of 2022?
Yes. 2020. Yeah. I believe that's when it was. I don't have it in front of me. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I
but
think
that-
that's
and
October.
That is when you learned that you did not have, and that is when you learned that you did not have the appropriate zoning to operate your shop?
Correct.
Let me just clarify, is that October 2022 or October 2020? The first violations were issued in 2020.
Right. 2020. Yes.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Pincus. That being said, if you did not hear from Mr. Gonzalez that he had gotten the zoning for you, why didn't you inquire of him or from the city about the zoning yourself?
No, well, that's the whole thing. He was doing it because he did show us the paperwork. He did also have a lawyer that also was taking care of the situation. So, we confided in him to get, it's his business per se, like it's his building. So we were confiding in him to get it done. And then afterwards, I guess because due to COVID and everything like that, so there was like a standby. So nothing really was going on. I don't really know, but he was saying he was not getting anywhere. And then that's when violations. And then that's when I was like, you know what, now the new owner came into the play and he didn't even know we didn't have zoning. So, and he doesn't want no part of it. So this is why now we're standing and we're trying to see how we can fix the situation because we're in a bad situation, right now at this point.
So I just want a little clarification. You said the new owner said they don't want any part of it. What does that mean?
The zoning, I'm sorry, as far as he doesn't want to be involved with the zoning. So that's why we got a lawyer right now to represent us to try to see how we can go about doing the zoning, and we're paying out of pocket ourselves.
Okay, I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Pincus?
No, that was my question regarding the dates.
I have a question, Mr. Chair, to the
Sure.
Dominguez. and the attorney. The Dominguez family, you've been operating 3 years illegally without the correct license. Is that correct to say?
That is correct to say, correct, yes.
Okay. And what portion of the zoning, because according to your attorney, you can't get the zoning because you don't have the right. So did the owner tell you what process he went through to get the zoning and whether he had been successful or non-successful?
Okay, so yes, so when he went over to, like I told you, he had the lawyer, and then they were doing everything. They did the appeals and whatnot, but it kept going into appeal, and then finally I knew it, at one point it was denied.
Okay, so it was denied for what reasons are you?
I didn't get the reasonings. I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay. But for the most part, when you're denied by L&I for reasons, it's because you don't have the right to have that particular zoning there. So you still starting the process all over again for something that you know you're already denied for.
Right, but that's what I mean. I don't
Still
really
operating.
Right. Well, that's what I mean. I don't really know. That's why I got a lawyer now, and to try to see, if
Or
he's able
the
to
attorney,
help.
that question is for you then,
Mhm.
sir.
Yes.
That question would be for you then.
I'm sorry.
You got
repeat
to
the
re-
question.
Are they able to apply for the zoning by right? Do you know, or did you inform your clients that by right they either have the right or no right for the zoning?
Well, they're not the owner of the
Well,
property.
for the building itself, for the property itself.
Yeah, they're not the owner, so I don't believe that they would have the right. They would have to either have the permission from the current owner, the
Oh,
new owner.
No, that's not my question. The property itself
Yes.
either has the right for the zoning they're applying for, or it does not. The building itself, not the owner.
Oh, I think they would get a variance. I think it's mixed use.
If
Go
the
ahead,
board would like to
Ms. Scott.
hear, if I may share
Yes.
my screen.
Yes. That would help, I think.
there was and this was included in my original packet. There was a zoning variance applied for by the previous owner, and that was denied. The reason for that denial was the current zoning is mixed use, but the current zoning is not auto repair shops are not permitted in the current zone.
Okay.
So there was a variance applied for, and that was denied in the past.
And what was that date?
Apologize. The date of the decision was April 6th, 2022.
Okay, thank you. That helps a lot. Now, Mr. or Mrs. Dominguez, is this the first auto body shop you've owned and operated in Philadelphia?
No.
No? Do you have other auto body shops that you operate currently in addition to this one?
No, we do not.
This is now your other auto body locations within the same neighborhood?
Yes, it was in Westmoreland. It was Frankfurt and Westmoreland, like about the same.
Okay. And did you have any issues with obtaining the appropriate licenses at your other location?
No, we did not.
Okay. So how long have you been in the auto repair business in Philadelphia?
Like 10 years, about 10 years, maybe 10, 15 years.
Okay. So you fully understand what's required to own and operate a business in Philadelphia?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Is this your sole source of income for your family?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So if it doesn't exist, you create a major financial problem for you, correct?
I just purchased the home. We just purchased a home right now in July.
Okay. So please answer my question.
Sure.
You didn't answer my question. If this didn't exist, this would create a major financial problem for you.
Yes, it will. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So given how important it is to your life and your family support, why didn't you apply for and or take action a year and a half ago?
We did. That's what I mean. I did try to apply for the license. It was just because of the zoning.
But when you're saying just because of, you understand that zoning governs the activity that can occur at a particular location. So if it's denied, that means you can't do business there, correct?
Correct. I understand.
And so that's why I'm asking, why not hire a lawyer a year and a half ago to help you?
Okay. Because like I was trying to explain, the previous owner said he had it under control. He said he had the lawyer, we were depending on him. I guess we should have taken, our actions so that we could resolve the issue. And now that this is what we're trying to do. And I unfortunately, I'm just hoping it's not too late. This is why we have the attorney now, Anthony, that's helping us, and hopefully to get the zoning. So that
based on the document that we just saw, the zoning application that was submitted previously was denied, which means there would be a necessity for a whole variance process. Has anyone, including yourself, submitted a request for variance?
The lawyer?
No,
Anthony?
no,
No.
not yet.
Oh.
Mr. Chairman, there is a provision in the zoning code that says you can't apply for a year once you've been denied a variance for a specific purpose. So they would be precluded from applying for a new variance. The denial was April 6th of 2022. They couldn't reapply until April of 2023.